state is the state, has a water that's all.
Good morning, everybody. Another busy day ahead. We will open the hearing on HB 1808 FNA, establishing the position of Academic Research and Improvement Performance Data Analyst in the Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore. I apologize. We are going to pause for one moment for the pledge. Representative Parinel, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I recognize Representative Papavici Muller to introduce the bill for the prime sponsor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, every committee members. Chairman Ladd is not feeling well and is unable to make it today, so I'm happy to introduce the bill as a co-sponsor. It is a very straightforward bill. It passed through the House in the previous term, and it didn't make it in the final budget, unfortunately, but it is about getting more information to guide our decisions. And I think that regardless of the way we may choose to interpret certain pieces of information, it's always good to have a good analysis of what's going on in education. And this position would support the mission of the Department of Education by allowing them to have a person who would be tasked with diving deep into the data and sharing those reports with us so that the department can make better decisions, educators can make better decisions, and frankly, legislators could make better decisions based on the data that this bill would bring. So I think it is good policy, and I would urge everybody to support it, and obviously I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. And I think we've seen a bill, if not exactly, but very similar to this before, but it doesn't get passed because of the financial cost of
Yes.
this, which is quite expensive. And you being on finance, can you help with that? How will we pay for it?
Sure. First, I think I forgot to state that I'm Daniel Popovich Miller representing Minden. My apologies. I'm rusty. It's my first introduction this year. Finance needs to make decisions based on a totality of the data, right? We need to look at every bill that comes in. We need to look at the revenues. We need to look at the current levels of expenditures. Not having done all that work, it's really hard for me to guess what the Finance Committee will decide on this bill. I would obviously say, because I looked at it in detail, that even though the bill does not have a formal fiscal note, the estimate is very reasonable because it's basically just creating a new position and they have a good idea of what the wages are and what the benefits are. I do not foresee this requiring like new computer systems or anything. So I think that this estimate is reasonable. I'm not qualified, and I will defer to the department to whether they need to be an administrator 3 or any other position on the ladder. That I will, stay out of, but I just wish I could tell you what would happen, but we really haven't started looking into that data in detail to the level where I can issue a personal opinion even on an individual bill.
Any other questions? Follow up?
So if you're going to look at things in finance and we're policy, can I assume that if we think it's a good policy, but it has a financial note, we should pass it and send it on to you to decide if the money is there?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is the intent of the whole two-committee process, for this committee to opine on the policy and for the finance to worry about paying for it. And if it's good policy, by all means, recommend its passing and we'll worry about the details of it. Now, if this bill spent $10 million, I would absolutely urge you to not pass it because there would be no point. We don't have that. But as long as the amount seems to be within a reasonable amount, I would urge you to, yes, support it and then let us worry about it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Nate Green.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Nate Green with the New Hampshire Department of Education. This is a bill that has been introduced previously. This would create a position to do data research and analysis specifically around assessment and accountability data. One of the things that the department has historically not had a lot of expertise at the department is to do deep dives into academic performance data and assessment data for students. We have large amounts of data. We publish most of that into very large spreadsheets on the department's website. So if you go to the department website, you can find spreadsheets that are thousands and thousands of rows long, going back to about 2007 with assessment data in math and literacy and science. One of the things that this position would allow the department to do is to explore specific research and analysis using that data, looking for trends, looking to see how particular student academic achievement is moving between cohorts, between grades, across student groups. Oftentimes we get requests to the department for that type of analysis, and we usually have to point people to the raw data and say, if you're looking for a more deeper analysis of that data, you're sort of going to have to do that yourself and walk through those Excel sheets. So this just adds to the expertise that the department would have. And I'm happy to take any questions on it.
Any questions? Representative Freeman?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So in the event that finance does approve it, this would go back to you. Would you put out an RFP on this to find vendors who can supply this for you, or do you have someone in mind?
No, so this would be a regular state employee. It would be a staff position.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We heard a lot from you yesterday, and you definitely made the case for this position. I just want to ask more specifics about the position. Is currently, with the staffing you have, is any of this data analysis able to take place with the staff you have? And with this is just an opportunity to provide a deeper analysis? I mean, are we missing out completely with any kind of patterns or anything with the staff you have? And how would this change?
Sure. Thank you for the question. This type of expertise the department does not currently have within our assessment and accountability division. We have, I would say, two primary capabilities. The first and primary one is the administration of the assessment. So the majority of the staff that we have a team of about 3 state employees that administer the assessments. They ensure that students are receiving appropriate accommodations, that schools have the necessary equipment and technology to deliver the test. There are regular updates every year to the test itself. We're constantly writing new test questions. We're getting rid of old test questions to make sure that we're able to keep up with instructional content, but also ensure that a question that maybe has appeared on 7,000 tests is retired and we get some new questions into the test. And then we do a lot of work in terms of data reporting. So we have a couple of contractors that work with us to make sure that all the student data that comes in gets compiled and aggregated, that we appropriately suppress student data so that we're not unintentionally identifying any particular student in that data, and we report that out. So what's missing there is that research and analysis piece. We do not have any dedicated staff currently that take the data and ask specific questions, like how are students from 3rd to 4th to 5th grade doing in math, for example. We would love to answer those types of questions, but right now we're sort of putting those questions back out to schools and districts and community groups that reach out for the data to say, if those are questions you want to answer, here's the data, but you're going to have to try and answer those questions for yourself.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So all this data that comes out of this stuff, will that all show up on iPlatform so that when somebody wants to know the answer to the question, you can just send them to iPlatform, the website or whatever?
I think iPlatform would be one good place to put it as well. I think the value of having a position like this is we'd be able to do things like produce white papers to start with very specific research questions to say, we think, based off what we're hearing from community members, what we're hearing from schools and principals, that, a particular question around math is really important. And I bring up math specifically right now because we've done a lot of work in the last 2 or 3 years around the science of reading. And we're starting to see some improvements and some gains in literacy. So there's some research we could do around, are the gains that we're seeing right now really tied back to the implementation of science of reading? But I think right now we're also starting to look at, well, we've done this with literacy now in the early grades. What are we doing for early numeracy skills? And how are we supporting students in math? Because traditionally over the last decade, our math scores have always been lower than our literacy scores. And so I think there are some really important questions that, given the amount of data that we have, we could start to explore some of the why behind that and then provide strategies back out to schools to work with students around specific interventions with the goal of improving math and improving literacy for our students.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning again. Terrific job yesterday, by the way.
Thank you.
Hey, a question. You just commented a minute ago about you have the data and it's disaggregated, sent back or on the web, and the school can see that. But local school, if I understood what you said, the local school systems are not able to figure out basically how to, the next step, how to use that data and transform it into improve student achievement, and if I'm following that right, and that this position would help answer that question, that analysis of what things schools could do to improve that. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two levels. So I think schools have gotten, and there's a wide variance, I will say, between schools and districts. We have some districts that are really solid on data literacy. They may have a person in a role of like a curriculum administrator or a person who's really kind of tasked with looking at their assessment data. And locally, they're using their data to drive improvements in districts.
Okay.
This would almost be more at a state level. So when we're talking at a state of adopting a new intervention or supporting multiple schools and districts or looking at state trends, I think that's where this position would be more helpful.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question, and thanks for having us yesterday. So my question was also in the ability to maybe have the data to support grants or other opportunities that you might pursue to be able to, whether it's RTI or it's something else, response to intervention programs or things like that. Do you find that this might be helpful in that nature?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that a lot of states have developed state literacy plans and state math plans. This data would help to inform those plans and then to measure the efficacy of the plan itself. Because it's all well and good to say, you know, here are several objectives we want to accomplish in the next 10 years for math in New Hampshire, but you really want to have the data to support whether or not you're getting towards those goals and objectives you've set out in the state plan. Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will close the hearing on 1808.
Hi. Yes, no problem.
We'll open the hearing on HB 1640 relative to consent for school billing purposes, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Murray.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues. Yes, I am here before you today with a piece of legislation that kind of comes at a timely moment. My goal in filing this piece of legislation was to ensure that we were aligning our position on Medicaid to schools billing with the federal law, which states that schools need to first, in order to pursue Medicaid to schools billing, first notify the parents that yes, that is an option available to them. There's a one-time annual notification, and then a one signature release. So federal law 34 CFR 300.154D is really the federal section of law that speaks to this. And so my concern in not having this piece of legislation aligned this way is that there is a possibility if we were to require more than one signature for billing opportunities, that it actually may hinder or delay the opportunity to get some of that Medicaid to schools billing funding. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have them around that.
Any questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Murray. Good morning. Nice to see you. So, this particular piece of legislation, with this, if this were to pass, does this ensure that no other medical services would be billed outside of the IEP or 504? Because that appears to be what this is addressing specifically.
That's correct. And so this is also, when we're talking about Medicaid to schools billing, there is a very finite list of things pursuant to an individual child's unique needs via an IEP and what's available to them for Medicaid to schools billing. And I think you heard a little bit from Director Littman yesterday on some of that. And so that's really what I'm hoping to do, is make sure that we streamline that process and potentially expedite that ability for schools to get reimbursed for that. There's a small set of services that folks are looking for with regard to those needs for learners.
Thank you. Yeah,
Follow up.
And additionally, because you and I sit on the same commission and we've talked about this.
We have.
Additionally, if a parent were to come in and have an IEP meeting mid-year, which wasn't the standard IEP meeting, and something in that IEP was modified or added, would an additional signature be required?
So I don't believe so in this circumstance if they had already had a pre-existing IEP, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
If an IEP already existed and a new service was being added to the student's service based on what was determined as necessary by the IEP team, I don't believe so. And the federal law actually says that you only need one notification in addition to the very first one.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Regardless, when there is a change of service, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the parent has to sign to agree to that change of service, so the parent is aware that that change of service has occurred. Is that true?
That's correct. And also, just to be clear, that without a signature at the very beginning or once annually, like the federal law states, if a parent does not sign off on those, then the Medicaid to schools billing isn't pursued. That's the best of my knowledge. And there's other folks more knowledgeable back here who might be able to speak to that if you have other questions, but that's my understanding.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't have any other pink cards for this. Is there somebody that, oh, do you have? Is it? It must be Becky Wilson.
Too many pieces of paper, sorry.
Yeah.
Quite all right, I handed it in late as well. Good morning, members of the committee and Chairman Noble. My name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are in support of this bill. As you may know, our positions each year for advocacy are determined based on statements of belief and continuing and new resolutions, which are voted on by our member districts every year. Since 2023, we've had a longstanding resolution around supporting legislation and rulemaking that helps make Medicaid to schools more accessible for school districts to be able to pursue in order for revenues to come back to the district as appropriate, to help offset local property taxes and the tax rate based on that. So this bill would certainly remove some barriers to participation for the Medicaid to schools program. As you heard from the sponsor of this bill, the additional consent requirements that have been talked about in other legislation are not required as part of the federal program. They require a one-time annual consent or a one-time consent, depending on which version you're using. And there are some differences and some changes coming to that program, as well as I think you heard yesterday at the Department of Ed from Commissioner Littman. So we need to remove as many barriers as possible for school districts to be able to benefit from participating in this program. And the benefits are coming back to the school district. And in most cases, those are being used to offset the tax rate in the town as a revenue to the district. So I'm happy to offer any answers to any questions that people might have had from previously. Whomever asked just a minute ago, if there is a new service added to a child's IEP, the parent must consent to the service being provided. The IEP consents are completely different than the Medicaid to school consent. They have really nothing to do with each other, quite honestly. The consent the parent is signing for Medicaid to schools is saying that, yes, you can release to whomever in the Medicaid to schools program that my child is getting services. That is it. That's what the consent says. It has nothing to do with consenting to whether or not the child is getting the service. The child's going to get the service if the parent consents to that, regardless. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing it out. So if there's an addition to the IEP, say the child's getting 3 units of OT per week and they decide to add a 4th, okay?
Yes.
The parent agrees to that, the IEP team agrees to that, they've amended the IEP. There doesn't need to be an additional Medicaid form signed to bill for that extra unit.
Thank you for the question, Representative. In that particular example, the parent, if they had already consented to Medicaid to schools, so the parent has already consented to the IEP and says, yes, I'm fine changing it from 3 sessions to 4 sessions of OT. That's signed different. If the parent has already signed consent for Medicaid to schools when they put the 3 sessions in, for example, then there would already be a signed consent from the parent saying, yes, I agree that you can release the fact that my child is getting OT services at the school. Unless the OT sessions were substantially different, meaning maybe the child's getting 3 one-on-one sessions of OT per week, and now they're going to 4 one-on-one sessions per week. It's not really a substantial change to the service. It's just the amount of the service that would be billed that would be different. So the parent would probably not need to sign another consent for that because there would not need to be a different medical order. The order's already been put in that the child's getting one-on-one OT. The difference would come from when that was billed, if the parent had consented that you would be allowed to bill for that. Whoever's checking to see what the IEP, says for sessions, you're only going to be able to bill for what's in the IEP. So you wouldn't be able to bill for the 4 sessions unless the IEP also says 4 sessions. But the service is the same, if that makes any, just the amount of time is different.
That makes perfect sense. And again, thank you, Madam Chair. My concern would be to make sure that Medicaid is being billed for something in addition to what has already been established. That's my concern. Not to put up a roadblock for the districts, but to ensure that, yes, my child is now receiving 4 units of OT per week as opposed to 3, which is a different pay scale altogether. So that is why I'm asking this question.
Thank you for the question. The parent is not typically not participating in the consent because they want to make sure there's like a certain amount of money that's getting billed. They're giving consent that you can release, yes, my child's getting services. If you had a whole new service, for example, the child's getting OT and now you're adding speech, you would need a new referral and order from a licensed speech pathologist or a doctor who could order that service. And if the parent had already consented, yes, you can release to Medicaid to schools and my child's getting services, you've already consented that they can release that they're getting those services. The place where I think other bills in the past have gotten hung up or where there's been some question about signing individual consents all the time is in that very example, which would be, is there a reason that a parent could say, yes, you can consent to release the fact that my child's getting OT, but I don't want you to release that my child's getting speech. So here's a consent for OT, but I'm not signing consent for speech, or I'm not signing consent for behavioral services, but I'm signing consent for speech. That it starts to get very cumbersome. The release is to say to either a billing company or the Medicaid to schools program, so to speak, yes, this child is getting services, and you can tell somebody that my child is getting these services, which may be reimbursable through Medicaid to schools. You're welcome.
Representative Perino.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I tend to be a more visual learner. Do you have examples of what these forms look like? That would be really helpful so that we can see the difference, like you're signing for this, but you're not signing for that, or this we're approving over here, but not over here. I imagine it's not all on the same piece of paper, if you will.
Thank you for the question. It's not on the same piece of paper for very intentional reasons, because one is an educational model and one is going through DHHS, right? They're two totally separate things. So the IEP paperwork, signing consent to agree to the IEP and the services that are contained in that, that's going through the school district. Yes, the IEP team has paperwork that aligns with Medicaid to Schools, because that is the team that is ordering those services in theory. And they are working in conjunction with DHHS to fill out the appropriate forms for that. But the order and referral form, the consent forms for Medicaid to Schools, those things are coming from DHHS. So every district might have a variation of that to some extent. And with the changes that are coming that Mr. Littman talked about yesterday, I don't want to speak to what effect that's having on the forms, so to speak, but that's certainly something you could ask him as to what kind of forms are going to be shared with the districts that they're going to need to use with these changes that are coming to Medicaid to Schools, because there are some, the cost-based system is different than the system that schools are used to using now for Medicaid to Schools. And that's a new system that was put in place in 2018. Before that, it was a different system completely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. This is partly to get this right on paper and partly to just straighten it in my mind. You asked before that, or said, if the parents just consenting to release the fact that they can bill for this procedure. They change and add a new procedure entirely. That needs to be signed on because it's a change in the IEP by the parents. Does that automatically then get billed without any other signatures?
Thank you for the question, Representative Dry. Not without any other signatures, because there would have to be an order form that is filled out, or a medical order, so to speak, saying this service is being added to the child's IEP and is also potentially Medicaid eligible. That's a DHHS, a Medicaid to Schools form. There would be a form for that.
Does the parent sign that?
They don't sign the order form. However, if the parent had already consented to release the fact that their child's getting services, then that consent would apply to this new service. However, a parent can withdraw their consent at any time. It's not like once the parent signs a consent for Medicaid to Schools release that goes on for and forever. The parent can always say, actually, I've changed my mind. And also just to remind people that the only services that actually do become reimbursable, not only do they have to meet the criteria for Medicaid to Schools as a service, but that child has to be Medicaid eligible. And so not every kid that gets an IEP and not every child that the parent signs consent that we can release it doesn't necessarily mean that those services are being reimbursed. That child might not be eligible for Medicaid. And the IEP team, in all fairness, shouldn't know who's Medicaid eligible and who's not. That's really not something that, 15 people need to know necessarily. So that's why there's a release, so that people can more thoughtfully release the fact that these kids are getting services, and therefore someone down the line is vetting that out. But it wouldn't require a new consent form for Medicaid to Schools.
Okay, follow up. And if you withdraw your consent, does that withdraw the consent for all the procedures and services that they're done?
For all the Medicaid to Schools piece, it would only change whether or not the child's getting services if the parent also withdrew their consent for the IEP or some aspect of the IEP. Remember, it's like parallel processes. So just because you do something on one side doesn't apply to the other. And that's intentional to make sure that we're not mixing up medical and educational needs. The child's needs are the child's needs. They're getting those services as long as the parents consented to them getting those services.
Okay, one more?
One more follow-up?
Okay, thank you. So if a child's getting two different services, consent is withdrawn for one, then it's automatically withdrawn for the other
In the IEP or in Medicaid to Schools?
in Medicaid to Schools?
I think a parent would, again, I think having sat through many of these conversations in this room and others, I think the question comes down to, are we creating a lot of barriers for staff who are trying to manage this very process that you're talking about right now by saying, okay, a parent can say, we don't want to bill for speech, but I'm okay if you bill for OT. And then who's gatekeeping that. So if a parent withdraws their consent from Medicaid to schools, I think honestly, from a logistical standpoint, schools are just not going to bill for that student. They're just not going to. It's very cumbersome to ask somebody to gatekeep. Okay, well, they've said okay to release the fact they're getting group OT, but not individual OT, on yes to speech, but not the paraprofessional, and yes to the BCBA, but not that it starts to get very cumbersome. It's just, I think most districts would say if you're withdrawing your consent from Medicaid to schools, you're withdrawing your consent from Medicaid to schools, period.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Balboni.
Just one clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, in summary, if a parent signs an IEP and agrees to services, the child gets those services, whether or not, even if they're Medicaid eligible, if they don't sign the release form, they're going to get the services. The only difference is that the district won't get reimbursed for services, correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, and the district will only get reimbursed for services if they have parental consent to say that the child's getting the services and if the child is Medicaid eligible.
And just a quick follow-up. And what is that funding split? How much do the local districts actually get? I believe that we had a 50-50.
It's very variable. What is the reimbursement rate, you mean, for the services, Representative Balboni?
Just in general, what would be the funding split? I know when Dr. Lippman came and spoke with us, he said that up to 50% of eligible costs can be reimbursed by Medicaid, and then the local district is responsible for the rest. Is that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I would probably direct you to DHHS for that specific question, only because we're in the middle of this switch. In the past, the rate setting for the individual services was set by DHHS or by Medicaid to schools in the fall. And depending on what districts were doing for the services, if you had a contracted service, it might be $110 an hour, whereas if you have an in-district person and you're figuring out their hourly rate, it could be different. So whether it's 50% or 20%, I have no idea. With the new system, my understanding is districts will be reimbursed for the full amount of the cost of the service. There's not going to be any rate setting necessarily, but that's really a question for Mr. Lippman. You're welcome.
We may have someone else here that could answer a question.
Or anyone else.
We have one more pink card. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So to simplify this has nothing to do with service. This is simply a billing opportunity for local school districts if the parents allow it.
Thank you for the question. Yes. It's an opportunity for the district to recoup some revenue from services that are being provided regardless for a very small number of children who qualify.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Daniels. Good morning. Can you just hit the button and you'll see it turn red and then we can hear you.
I can hit the button. Look at me. You can see that I've not done this in a really, really long time. My name's Amy Daniels. I work on a project which is called the New Hampshire Medicaid to Schools Resource Center. And we provide support funded through the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation. We provide support to school districts navigating this extraordinarily complex thing that you all have been talking about. And while certainly we would not take a position on anything before you today, the confusion is entirely understandable. We're talking about completely different systems for completely different purposes, run by completely different administrative and legal processes. And that is very confusing. So what we're talking about is whether or not a school district can be reimbursed for health services that they provide to the children that they serve through insurance, Medicaid insurance, right? Because that's the only one that does this and reimburses services provided at school. We know, you guys know, you're much more expert than I, that there are all kinds of rules, requirements, and legal processes around an IEP or a 504 or another health plan administered by the school. And those processes are what they are. And there's, whenever there's a change, parents have to know about it. And there's all kinds of things over there about parents, right? And about students and about what has to happen. School district has to pay for it. They're paying for it. That's the end of that. They have to provide it. They have to pay for it. That's what that is. And then over here, we have, but wait, there's this insurance mechanism where some of these kids are provided health insurance. They have access to this public health insurance. And gee golly, actually, the school can get reimbursed 50% of the health services that they're providing to those students. That's what you're talking about. And whether or not parents are signing off to say, sure, yeah. Just like when I go to the doctors, they ask me at a regular interval, I think it's once a year, to sign that they can release the necessary information to be reimbursed by my insurance company. That's all we're talking about. Right? Mm-hmm. So that was it. I just wanted to try and help differentiate because they get put together like this. The only last thing that I will say, schools are expert in all of this stuff on the planning and the implementation and the providing of such services, both educational and health-related services. They are really, really good at that. Billing health insurance is not an area of expertise for most school districts. So there's all kinds of rules and regulations and mechanisms and things that they are learning or are subcontracting with someone that is good at it in order to try to get that access to that reimbursement. The only way they can do that is if they have the parents' permission.
Thank you. Amy, would you be willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Are there any questions?
I don't know if I can answer them, but I
don't see any. Thank you very much for coming in. And we'll close the hearing on HB 1640.
My apologies to the committee for accidentally sitting back down there. Okay.
We will open the hearing on House Bill 1373 relative to background check disqualifications for applicants seeking educator credentials, and I recognize Representative Petronell to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Petronell. I represent the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, Carroll District 6. I am presenting this bill in the absence of the prime sponsor. This bill, House Bill 1373, extends criminal history record checks for applicants seeking educator credentials by adding additional crimes to the record check.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have Steve Appleby here for technical questions. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Division Director at the Department of Education. Before I answer questions, the offenses listed that we're adding include negligent homicide, felony robbery, felony forgery.
Can you slow down?
Oh, sorry.
And start over.
Okay, so negligent homicide, robbery, forgery, and within forgery, false academic documentation. And these would be added. We have a list of offenses that we currently screen for in background checks for educator licenses, educator preparation student approvals, and bus drivers. We would add these offenses to our current list, which is the rest of that bill, all those other numbers.
Okay, any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Good morning. A simple one. Well, simple for me because I'm confused. The bold, Scott, do you have a copy of the bill there?
Yes.
Okay. On the under 5, so look at the bold additions on 5, 6, and line 5 and 6. Do those, are those the violations that you identified just now in terms of, okay, that's what those are? Because really,
Yes.
the way it's written is hard to tell what it even is.
Yes. So thank you for the question. Those refer to the RSA numbers later in our criminal code.
Okay. And that's what those, it was in that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Baldoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious. I actually think you left one out because I went through and it's 631:2 and 631:2B, and I think those are second degree assault and domestic violence.
Yes, and sexual assault. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just clarifying
Thank you.
that.
I apologize. Yes.
I'm just curious, did this bill originate from your office? And is it, can you give just a reason for adding these? Does it correspond with other states or where is it coming from? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. It's a great question. So we began conducting background checks several years ago at the Department of the Bureau of Credentialing related to licensure. And we had an initial list of offenses that the legislature passed that we screened for. And in the course of us doing our work, we see other offenses on criminal history record checks. Additionally, in talking with other states, some of this comes from their work in other states that they're doing, again, around educator licensure. So it's kind of a little of both. We've seen some offenses that weren't on the list, which means we can't stop that license from being issued. And we've also heard from other states that they're seeing some of these as well.
Follow? Yeah, thank you. And I know this is already in the current law, but I want to make sure I clearly understand it because it says on line 3, any person who has been charged pending disposition. So can you not issue a licensure if that case, if it's just an accusation or a charge, or does it have to actually come to the completion where there's actually a conviction?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. So charge pending disposition, what that means is someone has been arrested and charged with that crime, which means that in the process they've been charged and arrested, then they've applied to us for an educator license. We then run with the Department of Safety, look at the background check, the criminal history record, and if we see a charge pending disposition, we stop processing the application until it's adjudicated. And upon adjudication, then we move forward. So either they've been cleared and they get their license, or they've been found guilty of one of these offenses and they don't get a license. But it allows us to halt the process while that's adjudicated.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Follow up to that, if I may, on line 7. Does that mean the same as the attempted violation, or does attempt? I'm having a hard time. I highlighted that in yellow because I was confused to start with. Attempted violation.
We treat it the same way, pending disposition.
So what is an attempted violation?
That wasn't our language. I don't know, but we treat it as a pending disposition.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if somebody were applying for a license and through the courts, it was going to take 2 years, I mean, sometimes things get held up, then they just can't do anything for 2 years, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly believe in redemption for certain crimes, as long as it's a time period of being proven. Which ones would you consider?
Well, I think that would be a decision for you all. My personal opinion really shouldn't come into play here, but thank you for the question. I would consider in this, these are individuals who are around children and are with children, and I'm not sure many of these crimes we could ever say to a certainty that a person is redeemed. So to make a judgment call on which offense is redeemable and which is not, I'm not qualified to do that. But
Any other questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you give an example of a false academic documentation?
yes, so in some states, if you falsify a college transcript or you falsify student records in a school, that's considered a crime. So there was a case in Atlanta several years ago where a principal and several teachers were convicted of falsifying assessment scores. Right? That's actually a crime in some states. And it's a form of forgery.
So in that case, you would take away their credential?
We would never issue it. They would apply to us, we would not issue it.
But, okay, so I'm thinking that it's someone in a position now that falsifies the scores, but they're already credentialed, and then they do that.
Currently, we would not need this addition. If you were an existing educator in the state of New Hampshire and you falsified an educational record and we conducted an investigation through our process, we would not need this in here to revoke your credential because that's a code of conduct violation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. What is the threshold or the line? I'm just curious because you're very specific in noting that it, like with regard to Representative Cornell's question on the academic falsification or whatever, where's the line between like a misdemeanor and felony regarding this? Because I'm looking just generally, some of these can be classified as a misdemeanor and others felony.
Right. We generally care about felonies.
Okay.
That's our line. So, misdemeanor robbery, I believe, within the statute, there is a, I walked into the convenience store and said, give me a pack of gum, or I walked in with a gun and said, give me a pack of gum. And we're looking at the felony robbery.
One follow-up.
One follow-up.
I guess where I'm trying to, I wasn't aware, like, are there felony academic representations? That's what I'm curious.
Yes, in other states there is, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Selick.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at lines 8 and 9, and RSA 650:2, which is not obviously in our red books, but and where it continues on all the way through in any other state, territory, et cetera. If you could clarify what 650:2 is, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand what is being included in this.
So that was already existing And I believe that reference is also in another RSA around licensure. So off the top of my head, I don't remember which exact crime that is, but it does have to do with children obscene materials.
Okay.
I just don't remember the exact specifics of what that charge is.
Okay.
I apologize. I didn't prep that part because it was already there.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
And we will close the hearing on 1373.
Recess. Recess.
Oh, this is this one. Yeah.
Yes.
Fifteen twenty-four. Thank you.
We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1524 FN, requiring a logic and critical thinking course within the state high school education curriculum. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, which is New Market and New Fields. So this is pretty straightforward, although there's a couple corrections that need to happen. This was the final draft that I had to sign pending redraft without seeing it, and it has at least one severe, where did the bill go? At least one actual real absolute typo. But it's simple. It's adding a semester's worth, which I am given to understand is 54 hours of instruction. If that is not correct, we should change that number. But that is what I was told was the equivalent of a 3-hour course in a week, 3 hours of instruction a week for a semester. 1 semester of logic and critical thinking. And just so we're clear, the term logic is already defined in the requirements for an adequate education. It's not in the bill because it's a part that I didn't amend, but it's not given to be a course on its own. It's meant to have general logic instruction throughout all of the other coursework. And that brings me to the correction that needs to happen, which is lines 13 and 13 and 14. The original language said, which I did not want changed at all, this shouldn't be changed whatsoever here, is that essentially computer use and digital literacy and logic and rhetoric will be instructed through all of the students' instruction. So any course that they're being taught, computer literacy and logic will be, and rhetoric will be taught. For some weird reason, it now says computer use and digital literacy skills shall be integrated into logic and rhetoric, and that's weird to me. So that's not what I intended. Please take that entire paragraph as it was originally written in law. I am not intending to change that. What I am changing is inserting the requirement for 1 semester's worth. Again, if it needs to be changed from 54, I understand. For critical thinking, logic and critical thinking course. Because logic is already defined as this thing that needs to be taught all the time, I had to add the definition of critical thinking, for which I went to not 1, but 2 logic, critical thinking, philosophy professors at UNH. We went back and forth for a very long time, as you might expect, with a conversation with philosophy professors. And this was our final, best, and truest definition of critical thinking, which I will quickly read, knowing that you can, in fact, read on your own. I'll do it anyway. Critical thinking means the skill in understanding and seeking out the appropriate kinds of evidence needed to support or challenge a given argument, the ability to distinguish valid from invalid arguments based on logic, the habit of questioning the evidence, rationale, and motivation of one's own and others' beliefs, and the awareness of how social media and other sources of information can often be unreliable and promulgate psychological traps and logical fallacies that lead to the formation of unreasonable beliefs. So, straightforward. I think the reason for this is obvious, but I'll go into it because I have to, because I'm introducing the bill, but I feel like it's really super straightforward. First of all, America is lagging in the Western world for all metrics of education. And while we scramble to be like, why aren't we doing better in this? Why don't our kids know history? Why don't our kids know geography? Why don't our kids understand science or math? I think a lot of that can be tied back to we're not teaching our kids how to think in the first place. And that's really sad because to think is really what it is to be human. You know, there are animals of all different things, right? Bears are strong and cheetahs are fast. And the thing that made us a species that was successful in the world was the fact that we could outthink. We could outthink the elements. We could outthink the predators. This is our thing. We're not strong. We're not fast. We don't have huge claws or teeth, we think. And to prevent a child in their formative years when their brain is forming, to prevent them from being able to learn the best ways of thinking, to how to logically understand with clarity the world around them, is such a terrible disservice, because even if you don't teach them anything else, they can reinvent every other subject if they know how to think. Because your instruction in school stops at the age of 18, but they will go for the rest of their lives with new arguments, new information. They'll have new news stories, new, hopefully, books that they're reading, new sources of media that they're consuming. And if they don't know how to process that information, they're lost. And they make bad decisions for themselves and the world around them if they aren't able to comprehend and correctly analyze their world. The other thing is, sorry. Oh, sorry. No worries. The other thing is that, and I want to bring it around to the fact that, as one of the founders of our Constitution, I think it was Madison, said that no, it was Franklin, I think, said that our government is the truest reflection of who we are as a people. Because it reflects our values and it reflects our understanding. And if we have a difficult time understanding the world around us because we haven't been taught how to think logically and clearly and divide and analyze things around us, then we make the worst possible decisions, because they're not just decisions that affect us personally in our own lives, but decisions that affect everybody when we engage in politics. And I know no matter which side of the aisle you're on, and I'll speak broadly because any one of us can say I would never say such a thing, but in general, both sides of the aisle, political aisle, think that the other side is absolutely crazy and totally doesn't understand how hypocritical they are, and why can't they question where they're getting their resources or their source of information, and why can't they just think better? Because we're not thinking better. We're not teaching kids how to think. This should be the number one thing we're teaching kids. Everything else is secondary to this. The reason we are experiencing the most contentious political culture that we have ever experienced since the revolution, or since the Civil War maybe, the reason we're experiencing it, some people say it's because we have a lack of moderate people, that people are becoming more extreme. I don't agree with that, because I think in a society that can have nuanced discourse on ideas, that it's fine to have extreme ideas because you can continue to talk logically through those ideas. Some people say it's a lack of civility because of social media and we're not a society anymore. There may be some truth to that, but I don't even think it's that, because honestly, if people are violating your rights, you shouldn't have to say please and thank you, right? The civility is commensurate with what's happening in the world around you. And if people are dying or people are having their rights violated, then Mother May I is not the appropriate response. So I don't think it's civility either. But what I do think is that we live, for the first time ever, because I grew up, as all of you grew up, in a world where everyone had the same facts. We all had the same 3 news stations on TV, and we all got the same information, and we all believed we were living in the same world of facts. And now, and I believe in the democratization of information, but now we have so many more sources of information, and we're all getting information from different places. And oftentimes we're self-selecting the information that we prefer for our own narratives. And that can be okay if you apply critical thinking. Why is the source of information telling me this? What might their motivations be? Where are the logical fallacies that might be popping up? I think that teaching kids how to think has the potential to bring us back together, despite having a democratization of information, can bring us back together to having good, logical, nuanced conversations about reality and being able to question our own hypocrisy, our own biases. I think that's the most important thing as we have affected politics in a way that impacts the entire world and people's actual literal lives. The most important thing is to be able to think clearly enough to be able to steer this giant ship in a productive way. And if we're not doing that at school, what the heck are we doing? And that's all I have to say. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious what evidence you're using when you say our teachers are doing disservice to students by preventing them to think. Where are you getting that from?
So as I said, the most important thing I think we can do as human beings is to think, and you're free to disagree with that assessment, but I said that we are evolutionarily, our thing has been the power of our thought. And if we put kids in school to teach them things for 12 years, and we're not teaching them how to understand and analyze the information we're giving them from, to begin with, then that is a terrible disservice because we are skipping by their most formative brain years when their brains are developing the most. So that they will be doomed to a life of not being able to process clearly the arguments that are coming their way, to be able to critically think about the things that they're consuming, the information they're consuming. And that is why I think that is a terrible disservice. And if we have a society, as it appears that we have increasingly had, a society that is unable to understand the world around them with clarity and analysis, then you end up steering that society into doom.
Follow up? Thank you. So this is your belief, though, right? I mean, you're not basing this on any evidence? Your belief is...
It is a logical argument that I'm making, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you saying in this bill that the integration of critical and logical thinking currently are not sufficient?
I am indeed, and it's not critical in logic and critical thinking. Our current integration is logic and rhetoric, which is, I would argue, a tiny portion of critical thinking in general, just kind of, how people argue. But no, I think that the evidence that it is not sufficient is in fact self-evident because we are in the society that we're in where people are struggling with logic. And no matter which side of the political divide you are on, you believe at least half of the society is struggling with logic.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to know, it sounds like to me that you're wanting to see this as an integrated, not a separate class. Am I correct?
No, you're incorrect. It is currently logic and rhetoric, and this was the part that was messed up that should not have been changed at all. Logic and rhetoric is currently meant to be integrated into all coursework. I'm saying that is insufficient, as the previous question, and that we should have at least one semester requirement of purely logic and critical thinking.
And follow up. Thank you. And then my other question was just around the concept around Bloom's taxonomy and education and integrating those types of questions into daily classwork where teachers are consistently challenging students in a various levels of thinking through those sets of that philosophy of Bloom's taxonomy and employing that in the classroom.
I'm not replacing that.
Okay.
I'm not, and again, I don't want to throw OLS under the bus because they're under all kinds of pressures, but this mistake on line 13 that changed that paragraph B, that should not be there. In fact, paragraph B shouldn't even be in this bill whatsoever. And the original way that's written is that computer use and digital literacy and logic and rhetoric would both be integrated into all coursework. I am not changing that. I want that integrated into all coursework. And in addition, a semester of logic and critical thinking because I find our current requirements. And if I'm sure you're very aware of the stresses and pressures that teachers are under to teach to a certain level in their topic. So if they are not able to adequately integrate logic and rhetoric into their current coursework, I can hardly blame them. Having said that, logic and critical thinking are of the utmost importance to teach children and are certainly worth its own is worth its own course.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Going back to that course or semester that you're talking about. So it doesn't really say this here. I'm assuming you're talking about a high school class.
Yes, for high school graduation.
For high school graduation that can be taken anytime between 9th and 12th grade?
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Predernell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is more concerned with the fiscal note. Which is quite hefty, but one issue that is not addressed here that the legislature does have to take into consideration is the fact that this bill is expanding the definition of an adequate education, and how would we address that as a legislature? Because that would certainly increase the cost of an adequate education.
Right, well, those are two parts of the same question. You're saying because I'm expanding the definition of an adequate education, that will inherently come with money because you have to hire a teacher who will teach. I will say, since it's only one course, that it's potential that, it's not a full-time teacher for every, or maybe any district, but maybe the same teacher can go around. I know a lot of logic professors, in fact, they are teaching today, as a matter of fact, but because I worked with logic professors at UNH on this and that they actively teach, they weren't able to come in today, but do expect to hear from them because they have several stories regarding students' declining ability to come in and understand basic concepts in a clear and logical way. But I digress. To speak to the fiscal note, as I said, it's worth it. I'm not going to argue for any part of our education to be removed to replace this because I believe in funding all of it. And I know education funding is difficult, and it's a topic that I have never dared wade into, despite wading into many contentious topics. I don't want to be cheeky, but I have a bill in another committee that would generate $922 million of revenue. So if you want to help me out on that one, we could definitely cover this and then some. But having said that, I understand $1 million isn't nothing. I understand teachers have to be hired, and they have to be hired with good pay. But I think this, for reasons, because this is the core of every other topic you teach. You're not going to be able to successfully teach a kid math if they don't get logic. You're not going to be able to successfully teach a kid science if they can't get math, and if they can't get math if they can't get logic. You're not going to have successful outcomes for the money you're throwing at education, for all the money you're throwing at education, unless those kids understand the concept of learning and thinking.
Representative Woodcock? No? Okay. Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be clear. I don't think I'm misreading the fiscal note, but it states the department estimates the cost for content and standards development to be a minimum of $1 million. That is not hiring teachers in the classroom. Am I correct in reading?
You're fair enough, and you're right that would be a local cost, and it says indeterminable for that. Look, we all have had bills with fiscal notes. We know that when we ask a department to do more, or we are trying to regulate a department from doing what they're currently wanting to do, they tend to give us fiscal notes that might be heavily swayed in one direction or another. Is it really going to be $1 million to develop a curriculum for one course? I'm dubious to that number, but I still stand on what I say, that if you're going to spend any money on any education, this has to come first. It is the core of everything else, and you're going to end up with pretty not great outcomes on every other kind of education unless you're teaching them how to think.
Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Are you talking about just traditional in-person direct instruction models, or could this be open to like a VLAX type program or something like that?
I'm agnostic on that. I'm more concerned about making sure it gets taught.
Any other questions?
Having been a teacher myself, just to follow up on that, having been a teacher, an adjunct professor myself, and it was American government, not logic, but I had to integrate logic into my course and get them to question me and question my position. I will say my most effective teaching was in person.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you so much.
We will move to a 3-minute testimony rule. Just know that I really don't like cutting people off, but I will need to do so. Are you ready?
I guess so.
Mary Wilson.
Hi, my name is Mary Wilson, and I'm speaking really because I'm a retired curriculum director and assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction and assessment. This bill, first of all, doesn't have budgets and staffing and scheduling have already been done for this school year. This bill saying 60 days after implementation, not sure that is a possibility since all of that's already been established. The second thing is you heard from the bill author that the teacher salary is not part of this bill. If it is a mandate from the state, it needs to be funded. Curriculum development, we are actually a competency-based system, and nowhere in the bill does it ask for competencies. So all of the competencies throughout all of the curriculum have critical thinking in their competencies. It's part of every single subject. Why a half a semester? I don't know. I mean, why a semester or half a year? Because those competencies are throughout the entire year for all subjects. And I'm open to questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. For people who are not necessarily in the room, would I find those competencies that spell out all of the critical thinking skills in the 306 rules? Making sure I'm saying the number in the right sequence.
306 was the start of all of that, yeah. And I think we need to have some time to settle into that 306 before we add more things on.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much. Representative Papavici-Muller. I apologize for that. I didn't see your pink card in here.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I will be very short because I recognize how the time of the committee works. Had I been aware of this bill, it would have been a bipartisan bill because I would have put my name on it. I was born and raised in a communist country, and God knows they did not want to teach us critical thinking. They just taught us what to think. I'm also evidence that even that doesn't quite always work, but a lot of my colleagues were heavily affected by it. Luckily for me, I did take an engineering undergraduate degree, even though that was thoroughly obsolete because I have an electronics and telecommunications degree from a former communist country. That was about 20 years behind the times, which in electronics is like 3 generations. The most important thing I got from it that carried me through the rest of my life was how to think, how to analyze things. I'm an analytical person. I got the tools in college. I think it's very important for us to discuss this bill and make sure that one way or the other our kids get these skills before they graduate high school. I do support the idea behind it that we need to teach our students how to think, not what to agree with. And had this bill have any trace of this is a valid source and you should always trust it, I would violently oppose it. But this is just trying to make sure that our kids understand how to analyze information that's provided to them, look for biases, and hopefully reach their own conclusions. And because of that, I would urge you to strongly consider supporting it. And if you decide that there are problems with it that prevent it from going forward, please explain what those are so future work can be done to continue to address this important topic. I would really appreciate some guidance from the committee on that. And that's all I had to say. As I said, I want to be brief. Thank you.
Did you want to take any questions?
I will always take questions from a committee.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Nate Green.
Thank you. Nate Green, New Hampshire Department of Education. So I just want to talk about a couple of things in relationship to this particular bill. In 193E2, where it states out the list of required subjects for an adequate education, logic and rhetoric had been added in a previous legislative session to that list. And in the last year and a half, as the State Board of Education had taken up rulemaking for the 306s, the requirements for logic and rhetoric as competencies were integrated as a requirement into all courses. So under the current ED 306s, logic and rhetoric is a required component of all subject areas. As well, the State Board of Education has already required and passed a half-credit high school course in logic and rhetoric as a graduation requirement. So when I look at this particular bill, it seems like most of what it's asking has already been passed in the past year by the State Board of Education. And so I don't see a lot of differences between what's being requested here and what's already required of high schools. Those requirements that were passed in ED 306s this past year go into effect in the 26-27 school year. So just to be clear, it is already a component of all courses, and it's a required half-credit course at the high school level for graduation.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Green. Can you roughly tell me like how many hours equals a full credit versus a half credit? Does that have a one-to-one correlation somehow? Or
It does not. So roughly about 10 years or so ago, maybe a little bit more, New Hampshire moved to a competency-based system, and they disentangled the idea of seat time from credits. And so the concept of a credit became attached to a specific number of competencies. So a full year course versus a half year course will likely have a different number of competencies. And in order to earn the credit, students must demonstrate proficiency in every competency associated with that credit. So some schools may have various different times that they still apply to things like a semester or a quarter or a full year course, but credit attainment itself is not tied in any way to seat time.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Drew Klein.
Drew Klein, Chairman of the State Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would just echo what Nate Green said. So when we did the 306 rules, we spent 4 years updating the minimum standards and doing a massive amount of research into this. There's a state statute, and most of you probably know this, requiring logic and rhetoric in New Hampshire's schools, but there wasn't a corresponding rule showing how that worked, right? So what we did in the 306s was require that logic and rhetoric that kids had half a credit in logic and rhetoric to graduate. So that's new, and that goes into effect in 2026. So we haven't had a chance for that to actually take effect yet. So currently under the rules, the minimum standards to graduate from high school in New Hampshire starting this fall, you will have to have a half credit, which is a semester, in logic and rhetoric. So my take on the bill is it's really not necessary. I know the sponsor has critical thinking in there instead of rhetoric. At least my own view is that critical thinking is a component of logic. And if you've read Aristotle's rhetoric, rhetoric is based on logic. So you're really getting a massive dose of logic and reason in what we're already requiring. So as I understand it, and Nate and I might have a little bit of a disagreement on how this actually works, but that half credit requirement is so you have to demonstrate that you've achieved a half credit in logic and rhetoric. We intended to be rather agnostic on whether that was a separate course or whether you could achieve those in courses and check it off. And by the time you graduate, you had demonstrated that you achieved that. So that's how we approached it. And I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you just go back a little bit on what you just said? I'm a little confused.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a separate course, or do school districts have the option of?
So Nate and I might have to compare notes on this, My recollection and my intention in doing this was to require the credit because we're a competency-based system, right? As you heard. So we weren't intending to require a separate class that had to stand alone. Our intention was to require the credits and allow them to embed logic and reason into their other courses. So that was what we intended to do. So I guess we'll have to talk to the department about how that actually works as we spelled it out in the graduation requirements. But our thought was it didn't necessarily have to be a separate class as long as you achieve the credits.
A follow-up.
But again, we might want to clarify that, get back to you on the clarification on that.
That's fine. Actually, my clarification was just asking, would there be a technical advisory?
Yeah, so we should compare notes and work on that, and we'll get back to you on that.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
All right,
Thank you very much. Representative Corzine.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Lori Corzine. I represent COAS District 7. I was not planning to speak today, but I just did a little search on the difference between the difference between rhetoric and critical thinking. And I do think that critical thinking is what's lacking a lot in not only our students, but people today of all ages. I think when she introduced the bill, she kind of hit the nail on the head. When I looked up rhetoric, the definition is to persuade or win, often through relying on emotion, bias, or manipulation, whereas critical thinking seeks to minimize bias and manipulation by testing claims against evidence and logical standards. I think that if more of our kids could stop just repeating what they hear, and actually understand the belief behind it, I think we could all get along a lot easier. So I do think that critical thinking is important.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that was our last pink card on 1524. Oh, Representative Raymond.
Thank you for your indulgence. I will fill it out now. I just wanted to weigh in because I'm the chair of the policy committee for the Nashua Board of Education. And we just updated our policy regarding graduation requirements in November based on the updates to the 306 and the technical advisories that came out. And so our updated policy based on the Ed 306s as they are written, requires a half credit in logic and rhetoric for graduation for all students entering 9th grade for the 2026-2027 school year. And I imagine most other school districts for their graduation requirements policies are in the process of updating them. We are in the process of creating those classes now. They will be in our course catalog starting in September. Kids will be selecting them over the next month so that, for the class that's entering in freshman year, our understanding of the state laws as they currently are is a half credit, which is a quarter class in specifically logic and rhetoric, in addition to the competencies that are already included in other classes for logic and rhetoric. So you would have to pass both of those in order to graduate. Starting for the kids becoming freshmen.
Are there any questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much. We're going to close the hearing on HB 1524.
It was, I didn't want to look at her, I don't think she for you.
Sorry, for members of the public who noticed there was not anything in the case on the last one, I didn't have a paper number to put in there, so I apologize if it's late.
If you intended to speak on the last hearing, I can't open it up right now. We're very behind. Please hand in testimony. You can email the committee. You can submit testimony online, and we're happy to look at it. And when we take a break, if you're still around, we'll be more than happy to talk with you in person. We will open the hearing on House Bill 1493 FN relative to health education and requiring pupils to view certain videos demonstrating gestational development of the heart, brain, and other vital organs. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative John Sellers. I'm from Grafton District 10, which represents Bristol and Bridgewater and New Hampshire, of course. I just wanted to bring this bill forward again. A little bit of history. I've all heard this before, and it was here last year. And the history is not necessary for everybody here because you've already been here and might have heard it, but it's also for those online. This bill is almost identical to the one that went through the House, the Senate, back and forth as it should in the committee, of course, each committee. And at that point there, it went all the way through up to the governor's desk, and the governor decided because she believed we shouldn't be dictating, or I'm not saying her exact words, but she believes we shouldn't be telling the schools what to teach. And we tried to override it in the veto override on December 17th, and that failed. I brought the bill forward again this year because I think, one, I found more evidence and more information that even I didn't understand or know when I first brought this bill forward a year ago. And I made that also clear during the override, the veto override, but again, that was a very uphill lift, and I didn't think we'd get through that. And this way here, it gives us more time to think about this, all right, really. Our kids today are so involved in electronics and videos and online chats and whatnot that they forget to be talking and how it is to talk to other people and one-on-one and face-to-face. You know, they're actually, the cell phone bill that went through that we actually had the schools implement is actually worked really well. And actually, I'm getting a lot of feedback from the schools I'm hearing about. They're saying this thing is excellent. I'm glad they put it in. So getting these kids off this stuff and back into understanding, you know, one-on-one and who people are and stuff. This bill really does humanize the preborn baby, all right? It is developing. It is a preborn baby. It's scientifically, life starts at conception at that point. This is not just rhetoric. It's proven. That's when life starts. So that's one part of this. But the other part that I came across that was more interesting to me than that is by having the kids watch this video, if they do become pregnant, all right, at that point or at some point in their life, and they're actually taking alcohol or drugs or smoking, they actually may quit. And that actually is better for the newborn, the preborn at that point. And at that point there, so that's a plus right there alone. That is absolute plus. You know, because what happens is, and this is according to New Futures. New Futures actually says we have a lot of, I don't want to say preemies. I would say 5.5 pounds or less or thereabouts as a preemie. They're actually saying we have, again, it was 805 babies in New Hampshire. This is just New Hampshire, weighed less than 5.5 pounds. And so what happens is if these kids can actually grab hold of this and they realize it, this saves the babies from being underweight, but also maybe having medical problems throughout their life, which also as a society, may cost us less to support them because they're actually now developing at the way they should be because the parent or the mother has that point is not taking the alcohol, the drugs, or smoking at that point. So that's what I really come up to. And I didn't never realize that before. Even last year when I introduced this bill, it was all about humanizing the preborn, which it is true. But this year is also, I'm saying, I just stumbled on this. And then after I saw it, I said, wow, this is what we should be teaching the kids. These kids really need to learn. And if even one or two or three grab hold of that, that's fantastic. I can tell you in a personal experience that I know, and I said it during Veto Day, that someone that I know had a baby and they were in the hospital for over 7 days, detoxing, and the baby's screaming, going through this. And if this person had seen this video, she might have realized not to be doing these drugs and had stopped. And needless to say, after that point, this person had to go to HHS or what do you call it, DCYF at that point, and literally had to go through a whole program, 5, 6, 7 months. You think of the cost on that, not just the program itself, but also all the attorneys and court costs and whatnot. This could have been prevented, and I think that's what this will do. And the cost is zero. These videos are out there, right? They're one is from EHD.org, which is Endowment for Human Development. Okay, and also by TED Talks. So it's not a cost, and we're not talking like a half an hour video. We're talking maybe 3 to 6 minutes, just so the kids can see that life is developing when they get pregnant. So, anyways, I'm hoping that you'd actually support this bill on just those grounds of helping the kids, helping the babies, and also would help the society. It would save us a lot of money as well if we're looking at just dollars and cents. I don't want to go on. I just want to leave it at that. And I'll take whatever questions you got and do the best I can to answer them.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Mary Wilson?
Hi again, Mary Wilson, retired curriculum director and assistant superintendent. On this bill, curriculum is a local control, especially for one item in a particular curriculum. The second thing that I have a concern about is who's going to vet this video. And I'm open for questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mary. Oh, one. Sorry, Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. Sorry, maybe I put my hand up a second late. And thank you for taking my question. So my younger daughter took human development as part of her high school curriculum. Would the concepts addressed in this proposal have been covered in that course already?
It sure would be, yes.
Okay, and would it have been done with, follow up. Thank you. Would it have been done with scientifically accurate information?
Yes, all those competencies are definitely evidence-based.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. And with that, we'll close the hearing on HB 1493. You're up. We will open the hearing, and now I don't have it in front of me. HB 1270, clarifying the definition of part-time teacher, and I welcome the sponsor, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to introduce myself. I am Representative Margaret Dry from Sullivan County, District 7, serving the towns of Plainfield, Cornish, Newport Unity, and Charlestown. I'm here today to introduce this bill about part-time teachers definition. It adds just a few pieces to the already existing law, and it was asked for by the Department of Education, so I'm going to introduce Steve Appleby to answer any of your technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Appleby.
Good morning again, and thank you. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Director at the Department of Education. This bill addresses 3 technical fixes, result of conversations with both this body and with our college systems and with our superintendents related to part-time teacher. The first change doesn't actually show as a change, but on line 7, the RSA reference in the current law is incorrect. The RSA reference in the current law, I believe, is 189:13-A, and it should have been C. That is now fixed in this bill, but it doesn't show as bold, but that is a very different reference. The second piece, the question had come up from numerous constituents. Who determines the qualifications? Is that the department? Well, we don't want to be determining that. So again, the consensus is determined by the superintendent and school principal. So again, it's a local matter, not for our involvement. And then the third item just clarifies they're adhering to the professional code of conduct, and they're responsible to adhere to those principles. And the stick, so to speak, in other words, how do we enforce that? Because they don't have a license. Well, in fact, we would rescind their criminal history record check, which would then mean they couldn't act in that capacity in a school. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It doesn't say that in here in the bill, that does it, that you will rescind?
No, that's an administrative rule. We currently, in administrative rule, have language around violations of code of conduct, meaning we can rescind the criminal history record check.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Selby, thank you again for being here. I'm looking at line 13 that deals with the addition of the superintendent of the school principal, to which I have absolutely no problem because they're building and they're the structural people. But I'm wondering how that aligns itself with the rest of 9 through 13 when it talks about they've already come from a community college setting and we're running the community college program on campus. Now we're going to say that person, does this have to do with, it indicates, it seems to me to indicate, talk about content versus other high school dimensions. I mean, my concern always has been about this bill, about the other high school dimensions, 504s, IEPs, integration of faculty, all those types of items concern me. So I appreciate the fact that the superintendent and school principal have the authority now, but is that like, the opposite side of that coin?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I understand it's a little mushy, for lack of it. That's a technical term, right?
Mushy, that's the technical term?
That's a technical term. You can write that down. This bill was trying to solve an actual issue, and that issue was Manchester Community College and Lakes Region Community College were sending their professors very part-time, 1 or 2 classes a week, periods a week, into local high schools to teach community college, early college classes. That's what the original intent of this, and they didn't have a license. And quite frankly, some of them, because of the nature of their backgrounds and how they ended up in teaching at the community college, they wouldn't qualify for a license, a standard educator license. Sure. So the idea of this bill was to create a mechanism so they wouldn't be in violation of our administrative rule around licensure.
Okay. By
having this carve out. Now, that said, it worked its way through the legislative process and came out looking a little different than the original proposal. Hence why we're back this year with, for example, the addition of giving the superintendents and principals more control over who's teaching and that they're determining the qualifications. Now, the reality, I think, is if Lakes Region Community College is sending a culinary instructor into the CTE Center in Laconia, that CTE principal is already comfortable with that person, but they've determined they're qualified, right? I think that's the reality on the ground. Okay. This just puts it in the statute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So this is also around line 13 as it relates to the superintendent or school principal. If there is a hiring committee as well who does interviews to determine if this individual is highly qualified, would it extend to those individuals as well underneath of the superintendent or principal?
Thank you for that. That would be the local decision, right? We just wanted to make it clear that it wasn't the department determining who's qualified.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a quick one. Just as clarification for the bill in general, in order for this to happen, the part-time teacher, that teacher would have to apply with all components A, B, C, and D, not one or.
Thank you for the question. That's correct. They must, yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Hawkins.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Happy New Year. My name is Brian Hawkins. I'm here representing NEA New Hampshire with a few comments on the bill. It certainly appears to us this is a piece of legislation trying to tighten up a law that was passed last year, which we did not think is necessary, but I wanted to make a couple of comments on this. So it was referenced earlier about the goal of this was to have community college or university system faculty who could come in and teach a dual enrollment course. This is broader than that because it is an or when we're talking in the existing law, lines 10 and 11. So it does not restrict it to that. 20 hours a week is a significant portion of time. And so because of that, this is not just a guest speaker coming into the school. We would also suggest in the 1-year certificate of eligibility, RSA 189:39-B:3, and I'm happy to give you that in writing, does explicitly require that if the school district is employing someone under that authorization, that they remit that person's information to the department. I think that's important because you're properly applying the code of conduct to that person. And so we think that it should be explicit that just like the 1-year certificate of eligibility, that information is submitted. And that'll conclude my testimony. I think there are more things that I could certainly change in this law, but we wanted to offer those for today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether or not this proposal here with the amendment has the ability to impact already. Is this operating under like an emergency authorization where there is a deficit in instructors within a school? And also, does this potentially impact union contracts or negotiations with contracted educators?
That's a good question. So with respect to shortages, there already is authorizations, prior to this law, there were already authorizations for 1 year with a potential to a 2nd year extension. And so those were already available to schools. With respect to contracts, I think this is probably not the answer you're looking for, but it depends. I think it depends on the school, on the contract. So I'm not sure I'd be ready to kind of opine on whether this does that or not. Potentially, though. Yep.
Any other questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Maybe this was for the previous speaker, actually, so I'm not sure if you can answer it, but can you just give an example of lines 14 to 17 of when they would rescind their criminal background check, how that might look? Like
Yes, and I apologize. I handed in my card a little late. That probably is for, I am, will confess I am not an expert on how that process would work.
Okay, thank you. I should have asked.
No, that's okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will close the hearing on HB 1270. And just give us 1 minute to shift things around a little bit.
Hi, how are you? Hey, good to see you, Andrew. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Excellent. Thank you for the info.
Yeah,
I've started
reading it.
I'll read it
Stick it up for me.
in totality, but I've already started having things.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, I'm sorry I was late.
No worry. No worry. So are we. Yeah.
So good morning.
Yes.
Good.
I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes, I have said yes.
Okay, all right. I was making sure. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, yeah, I have proposed amendments in the packet. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm here to answer questions.
Okay.
Because they're a little bit complicated.
Okay. All right.
And not the text, but the reasons.
Gotcha.
Then what? The rules?
Okay.
So the first one is adding something to.
Oh, feels good to see you. Perfect.
She talks about valid arguments, valid and invalid arguments. It's great. I'm adding distinguish sound from unsound arguments because that's different. So there's a diagram.
So what I would love to see, but they're not doing it yet, is
How did we lose control of the committee?
Oh.
How did we lose control of this committee?
Excuse me, we need to begin the next hearing, please. I'm opening up the next hearing on House Bill 1507, and I recognize Representative Murray to introduce her bill.
Thank you, Madam. Well, there being flexible opportunities to do so for a minimum guaranteed time on the playground. Recently, I received well over 500 signatures for Granite Staters in support of HB 1507 via a petition that I believe was presented by some of the members behind me, and so they can speak to that a little bit more. The bill before you today offers a time range, as you will see, between 45 and 60 minutes of recess guaranteed to Granite State kiddos each day in such a way that would allow their local school boards to determine how that would work best throughout their learning day, understanding that there are different chunks of time that are available during the day to work those in. We also understand that 60 minutes is actually the gold standard of recess today, as according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, but realize that competing demands in academic compliance and related things also are demands that kind of butt up against one another. Additionally, in a bipartisan manner, there are members of both the House and the Senate who have been contemplating similar topic areas, understanding a true need for a student's recess time to be cherished, placing it in statute for their benefit and ours. Little kids contemplating big things throughout their learning day benefit from being on the playground in multiple ways, including increased cognitive and executive functioning. Daily unstructured play for that amount of time will help children rest their brains, leading to increased focus and concentration when returning to classroom tasks. Recess fosters executive functioning skill growth in areas such as planning, memory, and attention. And while adults are nearby for support if absolutely needed, generally an unstructured play would allow children to negotiate, cooperate, and establish norms among themselves and their peers. This environment is where children take safe risks, build empathy, practice conflict resolution, and self-advocacy, all while playing. And some of our learners may take a scaffolded approach to how that unfolds on the playground and would have support based on their unique needs. It's also true that improved mental health, stress, and anxiety reduction are also important factors for an increase in ensuring that we have a dedicated amount of time for recess. Having access to that time allows kids to benefit from a natural opportunity to unwind, significantly reducing stress levels and anxiety and depression, and also increases the overall amount of time on task inside on classroom behaviors. Regular unstructured play is the primary way for children to meet the recommended 45 to 60 minutes a day of physical activity. It strengthens muscles, the heart, the lungs, reduces the risk for obesity and then for our littlest learners who need to develop so many other skills, both gross and fine motor skills become stronger as a result. Without a prescribed outcome through a dedicated amount of time of unstructured play, kiddos, without that prescribed outcome, though it's true a dedicated amount of time of unstructured play is beneficial, we know that putting that in statute is best. Children will use their imagination to create games, solve problems independently, such as deciding how to build a tower of blocks or simply determine who goes first on the playground. It's an honor to work at the request of such a broad and diverse group of individuals, parents, educators, special educators, and family physicians who seek this change and inclusion in statute with that in mind. I humbly ask you for your support. Ought to pass as amended. Thank you. Or excuse me, ought to pass. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I have a question.
Oh, yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. I actually have a few questions, Madam Chair, if you will allow me.
You may request follow-ups.
Thank you so much. So you had stated that with the new standards that there was a reduction in the amount of recess time. Is that correct?
So we looked quite extensively at that. Initially in the rules, it was written that there was a minimum of 30 minutes in the rules, administrative rules process.
Okay.
That time, the minutes, 30 minutes was actually removed, and so it was silent on the amount of time.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Did it offer any direction to districts to develop their own amount of time or not rescind the time that they had, or?
It didn't specify, and if I there might be somebody else in the department who or in rules who could speak better to that, but it was my understanding that it just remained silent on that portion of the actual time, although it did state that recess could be considered instructional time.
Interesting. Okay. Madam Chair, one more?
One more follow-up.
Thank you so much for indulging me, Madam Chair, and Representative as well. I'm just curious that would this at all, you need to have supervision for recess. And I know that every teacher's contract in this state has time allotted in it. So the teachers should be compensated for the time that they're supervising children. Do you think this would affect any of those educator contracts?
That's a great question. And I don't really have an answer specifically for that, but I will note that, for example, 40 minutes of recess a day throughout districts is common, and it's broken up into chunks throughout, or 30 minutes, 15-minute recess in the morning, 15-minute recess in the afternoon. And so that I know that there are various individuals who take on those roles of recess monitors, whether it's parent volunteers, whether it's an educator or somebody else in the building. And that is why the local control component of this conversation is so crucial.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, thank you for bringing this forward. I have a question. Just clarify what I think I heard you say. I'm looking at the bill projection request and also at the handout just came in. So are you saying that this would count as instructional time because of the 306s?
It could. That's my understanding. That teacher or schools may count that towards instructional time. I don't think they have to, according to Ed 306s.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. Somebody else behind me might be able to.
Okay, that's what I was trying
speak to that.
If I may.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. That was my point of confusion where we said it was 306s and this particular handout says it will count as that and it's not related to that in the bill. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I will call the next witness. Before we move on, I would like to say that we have quite a few pink cards and we are running behind. So we will institute the 3-minute rule. If you are find that what you have to say has already been said, you can simply come up and say it's already been said, but I just want to state that I support this or oppose it. So I would call on Dan Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be quick and I'll just read prepared remarks. Dear Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and professional context regarding HB 1507. I'm speaking today as principal of Griffin Memorial School in Litchfield and a New Hampshire Association of School Principals board member. School leaders strongly value recess and recognize its many benefits. Recess supports students' physical health, social development, self-regulation, and opportunities to practice peer interactions. These outcomes are well supported by research and align with best practices in elementary education. My purpose today is to provide context related to one specific provision of this bill, which states that recess time shall not be deducted or withheld as a means of punishment. This language reflects an important goal: ensuring students have consistent access to play and movement during the school day. At the same time, it is important to understand how schools currently support student behavior and safety in developmentally appropriate ways. Elementary schools increasingly use restorative practices and logical consequences as instructional tools. These approaches are not punitive. They're designed to help students reflect on their choices, understand how the actions affect others, and build the skills needed for safe and respectful interaction with peers. Research shows that restorative practices are most effective when they occur close in time to the behavior and include guided reflection and skill building. For example, when a student demonstrates unsafe behavior during recess, a school may temporarily provide a structured alternative during that time. The student works with an adult to reflect on what occurred, practice safer choices, and plan for a successful return to play. In many cases, the student rejoins recess shortly thereafter in clearer expectations and improves self-regulation. Studies have shown that this approach reduces repeated incidents, strengthens peer relationships, and improves overall school climate. In this way, restorative practices support both accountability and student growth. From an operational standpoint, flexibility is important. Teachers and administrators need the ability to respond to individual student needs, ensure student safety for all students, and provide timely instruction in social and behavioral skills. Policies that remove all discretion may unintentionally limit schools' ability to use evidence-based practices that support positive student outcomes. Thank you for the opportunity to share this perspective and considering day-to-day realities of elementary schools as you deliberate this legislation. I'm happy to serve as a resource to the community and open up to any questions if you have any.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
Right now, with the school that you're with, how does the impact on the scheduling part of it, not the punitive part, but the scheduling? Like, how many minutes do your kids have of recess a day right now?
30 minutes guaranteed.
30, so you'd have to find another 10 minutes, yeah, you'd have to find more time, is that a problem?
I would have to find 15 more minutes. 15 to 30 minutes as it's currently written.
Follow up? Is that, would that be problematic, or, people are always worried about how many minutes they have for math and how many minutes they have for science? I mean, could you easily find those extra minutes?
Not easily. It would be give and take. It would have to come from somewhere. So I'd have to find it somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Thank you and welcome. Going back to your question about the elementary school practice for restorative work of youngsters, I'm assuming that you're specifically looking at line 18 where it talks about punishment.
Yes.
Would you as a principal see your option for restorative practice for youngsters as punishment? Or would you see it as something else that wouldn't be, so it could circumvent that?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes.
So you talked about that, your concern,
Yeah.
is that often in the elementary school level, youngsters are withdrawn from recess point in time to work on restorative practice and positive behavior, those types of things, which I concur with.
Yeah.
That being said, with that, is it because you see that word of punishment in the bill that would not allow that? Or do you see that restorative practice could be considered something else and that wouldn't impact it?
I see it because I see that line as being too broad to even applying to possible infractions that apply to perhaps recess-based infractions. So we would use restorative practices to implement an incident that happened at recess. So that would be a logical consequence that happened with recess. But if I'm not allowed to use the recess time to even implement those restorative practices, that would cause some. So I would look for some more specific languages as to how I would be able to implement and to work around recess-based infractions.
Okay. May I have one more?
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. The last one, when you start to speak, we begin speaking, you're talking about that you're, besides the principal, you're talking about you're on the board of the New Hampshire School Principal Association.
Yes.
Is this the position of the New Hampshire School Principal Association, or this is yours?
I believe someone. We have other members that are.
Are you bringing
I'm representing myself.
Okay, that was the question.
Yes, I'm representing myself today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I call on Carolyn Drury.
Good morning, Chairman Noble and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Carolyn Drury. I'm from Nashua. I'm a retired audiologist after having worked clinically for 38 years, and I'm now currently the president of the New Hampshire Academy of Audiology. And I am here today to vote to pass. We are supporting this bill, and I'm representing the Academy. I've spoken with all of our educational audiologists who are the ones who work in the classrooms, and they all highly agree that this is what's going on, that we need to support this. Basically, I'm not going to talk about all the benefits because everyone else here is going to be doing that. But I do want to bring your attention to the aspect of classroom noise levels. Classrooms are not quiet rooms. There's quite a lot of activity. There's lots of speech chatter going on. It is very difficult to hear the teacher under those circumstances, which adds to stress and a great deal more challenge to try to just stay up with your class, with the subjects. The ANSI, American National Standards Institute, feels an appropriate noise level for a classroom would be around 35 decibels. Rarely in any classroom is that met.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what does the noise in the classroom have to do with recess in the bill?
It is a significant contributor as to why recess is important.
Thank you.
Okay. Because it does cause a lot of stress. And youngsters particularly, let me go back. Most classrooms range, depending on the age level, number of students, and so forth, anywhere from 55 to 85 dB. And it's hard for a teacher to talk over that. And for the children to be able to hear her clearly, she needs to be at least 15 dB louder than the noise in the room, which makes a real strain on the teachers. Younger children, those particularly in the primary grades, but certainly through elementary, do not yet have the auditory development to be able to handle and manage speech in noise the way adults do. And that doesn't really fill in until they get to be 12 to 14 years old. So middle school age. So again, at the elementary level, there's a lot more pressure and stress on these youngsters just to be able to hear clearly and be able to follow and not get stressed and completely tired. I mean, we do get into listening effort and fatigue with anyone, even with adults. Anyone who works in a call center is required to have a 10 or 15-minute break every 2 hours. And yet we don't necessarily do that for our children. So I'm here, again, in support of adding recess because this is one of the contributing factors to it.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. And I call on, sorry. Is it Brady Bellamere? Oh, hi.
It's Bridie.
Bridie?
Yes.
Oh,
Good morning.
good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Bridie Belmare. I am the current executive director of the New Hampshire Association of School Principals, retired elementary school principal of 15 years myself. To answer the representative's question of my colleague, Mr. Mitchell, we are not entering a position on this proposed legislation. We are here simply to provide information for the committee to consider when making a determination about the impacts of implementation across schools. Specifically, my piece today, I know we have a full house here, and I would be respectful of your time, so I will enter written testimony to delve deeper into my piece here. However, every school leader absolutely values recess. There's no question. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a building level leader or an educator that does not see the value in recess for students' social emotional development, cognitive development, peer-to-peer relationships, so on and so forth. Some of the things I'm sure you'll continue to hear. My request of this committee, and I have this in writing here, you can delve a little bit deeper into, is to be mindful of the implications as they relate specifically to statute and ed rules. So I know one person has already referenced instructional hours, instructional day, things like that. We would have to go back and make sure that in looking at the Ed 306 rules, that we are in fact making sure we are in alignment with what constitutes instructional time beyond those 30 minutes. And right now, kindergarten through grade 6, there is a certain amount of instructional hours that have to be met per state statute and rules rather. And there's a certain amount of hours in the day, instructional time, that you cannot exceed. So I would just ask that the committee be mindful of taking a look into those rules, and if they do need to change and an amendment does need to happen, also then the trickle-down domino effect of where does this time come from? And I believe my other colleague will speak to this in more detail, but there are a lot of also academic requirements that are placed on schools and systems per statute and rules, and we want to maintain high academic standards for students while finding a balance to make sure that they stay emotionally regulated, happy, healthy in their interactions with peers as well. So again, I will submit the written piece that will allow you to delve a little bit deeper into the instructional hours piece, but I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I call on Paul Dutton. Oops, sorry. No, sorry, take that back. I got one card ahead of me. Chesley Marvin.
Welcome. Hi, thanks for having me, Madam Chair and committee. I have prepared a testimony that I will try to speed run through. But thanks for having me. My name is Chesley Marvin. I'm a mom of 2 from Nashua and the founder of Say Yes to Recess, New Hampshire. I'm here today in strong support of HB 1507. I'll take you down to Houston, where I grew up, for my favorite recess memory, screeching down the tallest hot metal slide, ouch, with my friends alongside our prized possessions, tiny eraser figurines, which we personified and sent down the slides before us. I can vividly remember hunting for natural materials like Spanish moss, fallen gumballs, and cicada shells clung to tree bark. Think about your own school experience. I know it's hard for me to imagine without the valuable exploratory, collaborative outdoor play that shaped me, yet this is exactly what too many kids are missing in depth today. Say Yes to Recess. My cover letter that I included with the materials today includes plenty of research, so I'm instead going to tell you the quick story of how HB 1507 came to be and underscore that recess is in high demand and ultimately in service of our shared educational goals. In all good modern civic stories, this one started with a Facebook argument about public schools. I shared that I wanted my children to attend my neighborhood public school for its walkability, diversity, active PTO, and camaraderie with neighbors, but that I was also deeply concerned about the lack of unstructured outdoor play. I got likes, but one person challenged me directly. If you care this much about recess, use your resources to do something about it. And she was right. If quality recess for my kids was a major factor influencing my choices in the next couple of years, I really needed to dig in. As I talked with students, parents, educators, and professionals across the state, it became clear that this was not just my concern. It was nearly universal. The overwhelming community support I received is the reason this bill is before you today. You can see that enthusiasm reflected in the many letters, check-ins, and additional materials I've submitted, including a survey I conducted of New Hampshire educators in which more than 76 reported they do not believe their students are getting enough recess time. This momentum led me to start the New Hampshire chapter of Say Yes to Recess, a nonprofit founded in Tennessee a year ago by 3 moms that is now in 16 states. What families are asking for is simple: a stronger commitment to educating the whole child. Recess supports academic success, but all that awesome stuff you already heard about. When those needs are met, learning thrives and test scores rise. Furthermore, protecting recess in our public schools allows crucial access to safe play for all children, regardless of their home circumstance or what time the sun sets. HB 1507 was crafted with input from stakeholders in every county in our state, combined with expertise from researchers across the country and the wisdom of other states who have introduced and passed similar legislation. And if it passes, Say Yes to Recess will partner with schools to provide free resources to help them implement high-quality recess. Standing behind me, sitting behind me today, are educators, parents, and advocates who have long gone unheard. This is a grassroots movement with real momentum. We all aim to raise happy, healthy, educated, and well-rounded children, and decades of research shows that recess is a critical means to that end. New Hampshire prides itself on being one of the best states to raise children. Now we have the chance to lead the nation by protecting something essential to childhood. Please vote yes on HB 1507 and say yes to recess. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Very simply, I'm just wondering if, in order to incorporate this policy, the school day had to be extended, would you be in favor or opposed to that?
I'd be opposed to that, but I'm certainly not against that, as if a district wanted to execute their local control to come up with that solution, whatever works for them, because we see that recess in the school day differs so widely across the state that I could certainly imagine a situation where that would fit well. But and as you can see amended, that I think Megan had submitted the amendment. Is that correct?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay.
We are considering an amendment based on some feedback that we had heard from.
So when we submitted to OLS, the intention was to not take the recess time from lunch or specials, and it got written in as instructional minutes. It was intended to not come from specials. The position of Say Yes to Recess is that the instructional blocks have become too long, and ideally the time will be whittled away from instructional blocks to give the kids those breaks that they need in the existing school day. So that is my opinion, although certainly I would not, this does not prohibit schools from extending the school day if it fits within the 5 hours and 45-minute instructional day. And just to clarify, this bill will not mandate that recess is counted as instructional time, although it can be counted as instructional time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, I will, thank you. Call on Paul Dutton.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today on House Bill 1507. My name is Paul Dutton. I am the principal of North Londonderry Elementary School. As a school leader, I fully support and deeply understand the importance of play in children's development. Both research and my professional experience show that unstructured play supports the development of social skills, builds emotional resilience, and promotes physical health. Recess matters. and it should remain a meaningful part of every school day. However, while the goals of this bill are positive, I respectfully ask the committee to consider several important implementation concerns. First, staffing and supervision. Extending recess to 45 to 60 minutes significantly increases the need for adult supervision. Longer unstructured periods can lead to more frequent peer conflicts requiring intervention, higher staffing demands during already busy parts of the day, and an increased student fatigue, which can negatively impact learning afterwards. I've observed that while recess begins with excitement, extended durations can sometimes result in diminished engagement, behavioral challenges, meaning longer recess does not always translate into more effective play. Second, student safety and individual needs. Not all students are equally prepared for extended unstructured time. For younger children and students with additional needs, 45 to 60 minutes can be overwhelming. In addition, long outdoor periods during winter months raise safety and supervision concerns. Importantly, student voice also matters. Many students tell us they would prefer improved recess conditions rather than longer recess, such as better playground equipment, more engaging play options, even alternative choices that allow some students to stay in a relaxed, quiet, and more structured indoor environment. Finally, equity and local control. In Londonderry alone, our 3 elementary schools have different facilities, schedules, and student needs. A mandated recess duration would limit flexibility to provide instructional time, interventions, and student support services that are critical to meeting diverse academic and social emotional needs. A one-size-fits-all approach does not reflect the reality schools face across our state. In closing, school leaders strongly support recess as an essential part of the school day. However, we must also be mindful of the impact of safety, staffing, costs, scheduling, and flexibility for student needs. Thank you for your time and consideration. I will provide written testimony.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. On lines 11 and 12, it says, unless weather conditions negatively impact the safety of physical education outside. What do you do when it's so bad out that the kids can't go outside for recess?
So we currently have indoor recess, which will be that 30-minute unstructured time within the classroom.
In the classrooms?
Yep.
So it's unstructured time while they're in their class?
Correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chrissy West, are you and Daisy coming up together? Yes, you may.
Yes.
Welcome. Do you want to move the sign so we can all see Daisy? Thank you.
Yes. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. My name is Chrissy West. I'm a doctor of physical therapy, a mom of 2, and a state chapter leader for Say Yes to Recess. I've worked in the New Hampshire Public Schools for over the last 15 years. I want to begin by sharing my favorite childhood memory. It was back in the early 1990s on the tire playgrounds. All of us kids from various classrooms would come together and we'd go on this spider web structure made of tires, and we'd all chant left, right, as we all leaned to make that thing move. It took a lot of teamwork and a lot of body strength to hold on, but it was always full of laughter and sometimes even hornets. If you remember the tire playgrounds, you know what I'm talking about. As a parent, I think about my own 2 children. They are curious, creative, and intelligent. They love learning, and they're often recognized in their classrooms for things like respect and integrity. And yet most days they come home and tell me, Mom, it was just too much. Too much sitting still, too much focus on keeping their bodies calm, quiet, and contained. These are children who are succeeding by every measure our school system expects. Yet they are quietly setting aside their own needs in order to meet these expectations. As both a parent and a professional, I have learned that what we often call behavior is frequently a child's body communicating it has reached its limits. In schools, I hear children often say they feel like their skin is crawling, or they could just run a mile if they were able to. I see fidgeting, peer-seeking, and disengagement. It's not because they're not trying, but because their bodies and minds need movement, connection, and a moment to reset. When those needs go unmet, I often see shutdown. Their heads are on their desks, they're crying, and there's work refusal. It's not because they don't care, it's simply because they don't have anything left. Teachers see this every day, and while classroom movement breaks help, they're just not enough. As related service providers, we are often asked to intervene after concerns arise. While in-class supports are valuable, they are reactive and resource intensive. Many of the needs we address individually could be supported universally through a strong recess structure. Movement, opportunities to regulate, and time to reset are not specialized interventions. They are human needs. When they are built into the school day as part of the infrastructure, rather than reserved for individual plans, we support all of our children. Recess is one of the most natural and effective ways to do this. Before I close, I want to share my favorite benefit of recess. It is the chance to see the world through the children's eyes, to watch their creativity, their relationships, and who they are when those expectations loosen just enough for them to show their true selves. While I may be working on gross motor skills out on the playground, I am also joining in on their world. I take their lead, I see their interests, and I interact with their social groups. And in those moments, the barriers come down and we share joy while building strong relationships. When we honor what our children's bodies and brains are asking for, learning has space to happen, and teachers can do what they do best, teach. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass for House Bill 1507. Say yes to recess.
Thank you very much. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Any questions? Does Representative Sally?
Thank you. I wondered if Daisy had anything to add. Was that what you were going to say? I'm sorry.
That was my job.
I'm so sorry. I withdraw my question.
Hi, I'm Daisy. I hope you say yes to recess.
Thank you very much, Daisy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Molly Swanson?
Hello there, Molly Swanson here in Concord. I have two young boys, one first grader and a preschooler that are in Concord schools, or will be. And I'll just be brief. A couple things to highlight that I'd like to stress. I do share that, keeping more families within the public school system is something I believe in strongly, and it was a reservation of mine when I first went into our school system, knowing that he had been part of a nature school and had gotten a lot of time outside and unstructured play, and that's a big sacrifice coming into public schools that I don't think it necessarily has to be. So increasing the amount of time outside would be a fantastic way to kind of compromise and feel good about both supporting our public schools for my family and getting that time for my sons. And then also I just wanted to address the one other thing about punishment. It is very important to me that, no child is deprived of this opportunity to play and have all these benefits that we have heard about. And that those moments, unless there is a physical harm, or of course you'd be making sure that there's no danger or safety concern if there is some sort of dysregulation in a child that needs to have their behavior addressed, but that there's no time, you don't need to address it immediately. And oftentimes people do need some time to calm down. So really the most effective time could be after that child has had time to play and gotten all that energy out, so that you can more effectively speak to what happened and resolve. And so they make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. So I'll just mention those two things, and that's all.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Seeing none, I call on Lindsay Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee, for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Lindsay Benson. I'm a parent from Henniker, and I have 3 children. I have 2 fifth graders and a 9th grader. And I'm here today in support of HB 1507 because my children have personally experienced how unprotected recess is in our schools. Recently, my son in 5th grade came home frustrated after his entire class lost recess because of the actions of a few students. With only 25 minutes of recess, including transitions and putting on winter gear, every minute matters. And because there is no statewide protection for recess in New Hampshire, situations like this are allowed to happen. HB 1507 fixes that. A concern I've heard is that there simply isn't time in the day for more recess. However, in my 5th graders' schedule, they have a 1.5 hour learning block, 1.5 hours, with a designated brain break in the middle of that period. However, more often than not, that break is spent on Chromebooks. This is just one example of how time can be carved out. The real question is how we choose to use it. We can spend more time on screens, which we know contributes to increased anxiety, emotional dysregulation, and challenges with focus and behavior, or more unstructured playtime, which we know helps kids reset, regulate, and return to class more ready to learn. Movement trumps screens. Recess is not a reward. It's not a bargaining chip. It is a developmental need. HB 1507 brings consistency, clarity, and fairness to something that currently depends far too much on your New Hampshire zip code because there are major inconsistencies district to district right now, and it's extremely unfair. Policy gaps and individual classroom practices. Perhaps if a student has a new teacher and they don't have the experience yet for classroom management, they're using recess as that bargaining chip too often. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to support HB 1507. I'm happy to take questions, but thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I call on, I got that part. Ellen, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. It looks like it starts with a G. The glasses didn't even help. I apologize.
It's Grugin. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ellen Grugin. I am the founder of an organization called Let's Grow Outside NH, and we operate outdoor farm and nature schools for children ages 3 to 6. So I'm here to speak in support of 1507. One of our main missions is to get kids outside more. We started a full day program recently. Our goal is that those children who attend 8 hours a day spend 50% of their time at our schools outside. We don't have a lot of challenges around that because we are also not teaching English and history. I had a whole speech prepared, which I also submitted online. So I'm going to speak more in reaction to what I've heard today. I'm also a former school board member. To address the principal from Londonderry, research shows actually that a longer extended time in play, a continuous extended time in play, helps children's brains work out the physical component of what they're doing outside. When you stop a child at 20 minutes and ask them to come inside, and I'd also ask you, what can you start and finish in 20 minutes? Not a lot. So when children are asked to come inside at that 20-minute moment, their bodies are a heightened sense of excitement. And then we pop them in a classroom and expect them to learn. So at a continuous 45 minutes would be the dream. 30 minutes, nothing short of 30 minutes is what we're asking for, with the addition of 15 minutes throughout the day. And I would comment appropriately, if we cannot find 15 more minutes a day to let children take a break and get outside and breathe, then maybe we need to look at the other hours of the day and what we're expecting of them. It's important to take note of the frequent comment that administrations are sharing today that this is a struggle. I remember as a school board member, and when I was a school board member, the statute stated 30 minutes would count towards instructional time. There was no minimum or maximum of how much time you could spend outside, but 30 minutes could count towards instructional time. So I'd ask that that also be considered for the future. In terms of punishment, I will just say leave no child inside. And I think a common sense approach can be applied by administrators that if a child is behaving poorly at recess and it needs to be dealt with immediately, then the common sense factor would be applied there. This bill brings consistency. That's the most important thing. You probably could line up 20 principals or parents from a variety of different towns and cities, and they would probably have a different report of what they're able to carve out in a day. This brings consistency and expectation for our children. If we take that former 30 minutes and we bring it to 45, that's in reaction to the mental health challenges that in the past decade that I can speak clearly of that have increased in our schools. So it only makes sense that 30 isn't enough anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I call on Dawn LaValle.
Hi, thank you for your time today. I'm here. Oh, sorry, let me get this set up. My name is Dawn LaValle. I'm from Henniker, New Hampshire, and I'm here in support of this bill today. I have committed more than a decade of my life to working for an organization called Playworks, and we center around recess and play, working with schools because we know it is such an important tool to improve the lives of young people. It's a national nonprofit. It's been operating in New England about 20 years, and we are ensuring kids have access to safe and healthy play through recess and after-school programming, and I've really seen the firsthand impact of this throughout my time there. So today I just want to share a quick story with you of one student that I worked with who was a fourth grader. I'm going to call him Charlie today. And Charlie was a student who was always really positive and tried really hard, but really struggled to stay focused in the classroom. And I, with my main role being out at recess, would only see Charlie a couple times a week because that's how often he was being held inside the classroom for things that had happened there and not being allowed to come out to recess. Charlie had been diagnosed with ADHD, and everyone in his life was trying what they could think of to help him, medication, coping methods, all the usual things. But I could see that when he did make it out to the daily allotted 15-minute recess that my school had, he really excelled there. He was the one starting the soccer game. He was the one inviting other kids in, right? He was excited to be there. So when I got to help make the next plan for Charlie, we tried something a little bit different and gave him the chance to lean into his strengths and be a leader at recess. And so that meant not only at his own recess being a rock star, but actually getting to come to first grade recess once a week, where he would get to help be a leader to those younger students. And it would give him, another 15 minutes to move his body around. There were still days after that when things would go wrong in the classroom and Charlie would be held inside, but his teachers quickly started to realize how counterproductive that was, and that really the most productive days he was having in the classrooms were the ones where he got to come out to first grade recess as well. So compensating that time in a way that was helping him to focus, be better behaved, and make better academic progress. His grades went up slowly, and I started to notice that Charlie wasn't missing as much recess. Now, a lot of what I just said is really specific to that student or particular students, but we know that all of these benefits happen for other students across the school day as well. And while I greatly appreciate the educators that have shown up here today in support of play and recess and talking about all the benefits they know it has, it is unequal. And there are many school leaders that I interact with on a daily basis with the almost 300 school partners I've worked with over my 10 years that don't have the chance to prioritize it in the way they would like to, or don't see the value in it as much as they should. And this is a chance to, like some of my colleagues have said, equalize across and make sure that everybody's having that opportunity. Recess is not a luxury. It's not a reward to be earned or a privilege to be taken away. It's a critical part of a child's development and well-being. And for many children, recess is the only opportunity during the school day to engage in free play, build social skills, learn how to resolve conflicts, and release stress. So I ask that you support this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, I call on Louis Esposito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. My name is Louis Esposito. I'm the Executive Director of ABLE New Hampshire. I also come here as someone who is a former supportive education teacher, former paraprofessional, and current father of 2 children who experienced the world through neurodivergent minds. And I know a lot of things I was going to discuss have already been spoken, but I just want to emphasize a lot of kids, especially kids with disabilities, they don't learn as well when they're stuck sitting for long stretches of time, my kids included. They need to move, they need to feel the fresh air, and they need a chance to reset their bodies. One of this bill addresses one of these concerns where some students miss recess as a part of a punishment. I know we've talked about that in a while, but some of these punishments sometimes can often feel like their disability is the cause of it. So this addresses that, and it could be addressed and lets them have a little more fresh air. But one component of this bill that is also addressed that hasn't been discussed at all is that a lot of students have take a little bit more time to go outside. That transition is a very difficult time. So for somebody to go to recess and settle in, is there not enough? I could submit some online. By the time they get to recess, it might be 5, 6, 7 minutes before they change their clothes, before they use the restroom, before they settle into whatever activity. So allowing more time, would be very beneficial for a lot of students as well, just who have different learning needs. So I just thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And I will close the hearing on House Bill 1507. And we will recess until 1:05 p.m. the next.
1:30.
1:30? Oh, we will recess until 1:30. Yes, because even we can't recess in 20 minutes.
So nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We will open the hearing on HB 1820 FN, requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Luno. Okay. Can you just put
About that? So, right, well, I'll start from the top. Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dave Luno, and I represent the people of Hopkinton and Bow in Merrimack County District 9, and I'm delighted to join you this afternoon to present House Bill 1820, which is a bill requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. When the EFA program was introduced, the Commissioner of Education at the time and others presented the voucher program as an opportunity for students who were not succeeding in their public school. They needed a change, and it's to provide an alternative to their local public school. Of course, now we all know that that's not true. Other alternatives are available to all students and families, such as charter schools and attendance at public and non-public schools outside of the student's resident district. But still, the Commissioner of Education at the time made the case for EFAs based on helping students who do not have the resources to leave their public school and choose an alternative for their educational needs. And a big point, do so in a way that results in substantial savings for the local property taxpayer, since they would no longer have to pay the local costs to educate that student. Perhaps those tax savings were going to be so significant that the administration cost for the program, by law as much as 10%, would easily be absorbed and easily be justified. But wait, stop the press. Back in 2021, when these claims about the EFA program were made, proponents didn't have much to hang their hat on. But now, 5 years later, we know a lot more. We know a lot more whether we're willing to admit it or not. First of all, the underlying assumption about the EFA program have been thrown out the window. It's no longer about providing opportunities for low-income families. In 2025, the income limit was lifted, and the program is open to any student, to any family, regardless of how much they make. It's no longer about opening the doors to opportunity. This claim was questionable from the get-go, since even from the start, more than 80% of EFA students were not in public schools. Today, that number is more like 95%. So taxpayers are basically taking on costs for students who are already not attending public schools. Hardly anyone left their public school to take the voucher. Obvious to anybody, there's no taxpayer savings here. It's actually the opposite. Now there's a cost. And 90% of that taxpayer cost goes to pay for whatever the contractor that administers the program approves, whatever they approve. The remaining 10% is retained by the contractor as their administrative fee. So we could focus on the 90%, what is being approved for payment with taxpayer money. Sometimes it's been horse riding lessons and ski tickets. A lot of it is tuition at religious schools, and another big chunk of it is reimbursement to parents for previously made purchases. Unfortunately, reports have often been later removed from the contractor's website, which lead to questions about the integrity of the program. But this bill is directed to the 10% of taxpayer funds paid to the contractor as an administrative fee. The contractor that now and in the past has had state legislators on their board. Let's look at these administration fees for the past 5 years. So for the school year ending in 2022, there were 1,635 students in the program. Total program costs about $8 million and an administrative fee of about $800,000. 2023, a little more than 3,000 students, total cost almost $15 million and an administrative fee of $1.5 million. 2024, 4,200 students, total cost for the program, a little over $22 million and an admin fee of $2.2 million. 2025, almost 6,000 students, total program costs about $30 million, an admin fee of $3 million. And now in 2026, the year we're in right now, now that the income cap has been lifted, although an enrollment cap is in place, we've got 10,636 students in with a total cost of $52.4 million, generating the contractor an administrative fee of $5.2 million. So, according to their website, the number of employees at the contractor is about 15. So in the current year, that fee comes to around $350,000 per employee. Or maybe that fee is being used for other purposes, such as marketing costs to encourage students to leave their public schools, or to incentivize private schools to not offer scholarships to New Hampshire kids unless the student comes with a voucher in hand, or payment processing costs, or maybe to pay for employees and management at the contractor's New York parent company. Could be any of these. What's clear is it's a waste of taxpayer money, and the state can do this much more efficiently. And let's be clear, this 10% administrative fee is on top of the administrative costs at any of the non-public institutions paid for by the EFA program. There is nothing efficient about New Hampshire's EFA program and how it's being administered today. HB 1820 is simple. It cuts out the middleman. The New Hampshire Education Department would administer the program. It would be more cost effective, eliminate the possibility of board member conflict of interest, dump the grifty incentives for non-public schools, clean up the marketing issue, and would be an enormous help to improve transparency, making sure reports are filed in a timely manner and provide access to important and relevant information needed for the state to complete a legally required performance audit of the program. I haven't heard any reasons why the Education Department should not manage the EFA program. So let's have this public discussion and consider the reasons to support or oppose this bill. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Luno, for taking my question. It's a little bit of a complicated question, so bear with me while I help set it up. So the EFA program survived a legal challenge that was dismissed a few years back. Part of that was around the scholarship fund that administers it. The New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 83 reads, provided nevertheless that no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of schools or institutions of any religious sect or denomination. As it stands presently, money is in fact going to those, but it's administered by a third party on behalf of parents. There's been no strike down based on our current situation, but do you think it's possible that if we were to transfer this program to the Department of Education and the funds were flowing then directly from the Department of Education to a private religious school on behalf of the parent who wanted to send their child there, this program, or at least that portion, might be struck down by the courts?
So thank you very much, Representative Belcher, for the question. I don't think that clearly, if the reason why the third-party contractor is in place right now is to somehow bypass our constitutional obligation, then that's probably that doesn't sound like a really, really good, high integrity type of program to begin with. So let's just assume for a second that the reason we have a third-party contractor in place isn't to create some sort of smoke and mirrors. Oh no, this isn't taxpayer money. Let's just admit that this is taxpayer money. And you know what? It's really easy to point to it being taxpayer money because it's in the state budget. It actually appropriates it in the state budget. So it's clearly taxpayer money, whether it's going through a third-party administrator or not. So my guess, Representative, would be that no, that having the Department of Education manage the program wouldn't change that part of it a bit.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's a two-part question. So my first question is, with the department then having the responsibility of managing with joint over with the State Board of Education as well, this brings the whole entire program into the state of New Hampshire. Am I understanding that correctly? Is that how that, or does it still reside in New York somehow?
Oh, no, the third-party administrator would be gone, would have nothing to do with this program. It would be entirely be managed and administered by the New Hampshire Education Department.
And a follow-up comment. Yes, thank you. And with regard to the My Class Wallet distributions or the rollover funds that would be in when you speak to lines 25 and 26 regarding the rollover, if the excess rollover funds were in the My Class Wallet, is that what is required to be returned back, or is it an auto debit, or how does that work?
So you know, this doesn't require any discontinuity of the program, just a change in how it's being administered, and that could be done. It could be done administratively by the state of New Hampshire, putting a contract out to bid, following current law, and awarding the contract to a new third-party administrator. So whether they continue to use Class Wallet or use something else, that would be there would be continuity there.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You said in your testimony that you're estimating that the cost to the third-party company, if I'm remembering details correctly, was somewhere over $5 million in administrative fees, or maybe I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know about their cost, but the fee that they are charging is around that.
Okay, so my question is, if we brought this under the Department of Education, where they would clearly have to hire someone specifically for this role, or maybe more than one person, what do you estimate as the cost savings to the taxpayer should we be able to do that?
So that's a very good question, and there's a representative from the department that may be able to answer what would be required of the department to take this on. But oftentimes in private business, when we take a look at revenues and take a look at employees, when you take a look at a revenue, and the revenues just from these fees alone are $350,000 per employee, I think the state of New Hampshire could do that more efficiently. Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Did you say that the Children's Scholarship Fund charges a 10% fee for any participant in the EFA program?
No, I didn't say that. They don't charge the fee to the participant. They retain 10% or up to 10% by law of the state appropriation to the program for any given program year. So the current program year that we're in, and obviously, during the year, EFA students can come in, can go out. So this number is the number that's been reported on the department's website, 10,636 students, for a grand total of $52.4 million. So the 10% of that would be $5.2 million. And that's by statute. Something else that's important to remember.
I'm sorry, Representative,
Yep.
I asked you to verify whether you said 10% or not, and you said you didn't say 10%. Now you do say 10%.
No, you asked me a much more complicated question than that. You asked me if I said the Children's Scholarship Fund was the students were paying a 10% fee Children's Scholarship Fund. That doesn't come from the students, it comes from the state. So I was clarifying that. The 10% part is correct, but it only applies to 10% of the state appropriation, not any other private scholarship money that the third-party administrator may raise, because that's what they do actually for every other state that has a similar program. New Hampshire is the only one that the company in New York is administering the program directly like that, and you can see this in their own financial reporting.
Can I have a follow-up? So, and I'm sorry if I didn't put my question in a format that we could understand. What I heard you say is that the Children's Scholarship Fund obtains 10% of all EFA transactions. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I heard.
I would accept that. Yeah.
Okay, so that was my initial question.
Okay.
So, and the 10% comes out from the state, is that not correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Murray. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Luno, you were just talking about the fact that it can be up to 10%. Is that correct? And so my understanding is that initially there has been some conversation elsewhere regarding an initial 10% fee being withheld, and then a board votes to decide how much they actually want to withhold, and what happens then if the full 10% is withheld. Where does the other portion, if it's 9.98%, where does the other 0.02% go? Because it originally.
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's also not clear to me how the board would be calculating that either, if it would be including non-state dollars that are raised through charitable contributions to the third-party administrator, because those would certainly count towards the total amount of money that goes into the program, but may not be subject to the 10% withholding. But it's really important to know that while the state of New Hampshire, and this is just sort of finger in the air because I know it's a little more precise than that, has a base cost of an adequate education of about $4,200, and it's that base cost plus the differentiated costs that not only go to fund for the state portion of funding our public schools, but also for the state funding students in the EFA program, that the student does not benefit from that total $4,200 plus the differentiated aid factors, because the third-party administrator retains 10% of that. So $420 is essentially netted off of the base cost, and would go towards that student's education freedom account. The third-party administrator would be retaining the remainder.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for, again, entertaining a question, because I've been running this number 10% through my head. I don't actually have context for that, so I'm trying to figure out context. I am seeing just stats come up showing normal nonprofit NGO overhead averaging between 20 and 40%. Charity Watch says 15 to 35% is a sign of a good overhead amount that you can trust. So where do you picture we should be, and where does this, do you think, fall in terms of normal overhead costs for NGOs?
So I think that's a great question, Representative. I think when we take a look at how taxpayer dollars are being used to fund public schools right now, 100% of those taxpayer dollars are going to the funding of those public schools. In the case of EFAs, 90% of those state dollars are going to fund EFAs. And now what I'm hearing is that maybe with other third-party administrators, it could be as little as 65% of the state tax dollars would be going to fund EFAs. So, when you consider the fact that these dollars, regardless of what we talked about in your very first question, Representative Belcher, originate from the state's taxpayers, taxpayers can expect under the public school funding model that every dollar is going to the public schools, not 90 cents on every dollar. And now when we compound the fact that 10% of the state money is going into administrative costs, and the remainder is going to, let's say, tuition payments at a non-public school. Well, that non-public school also has administrative overhead costs. So now we've got two layers of administrative costs, one coming from the third-party contractor and the other coming from potentially a non-public school that the student is attending. So again, it goes back to supporting a statement I made earlier in my remarks, is that there's nothing efficient about this EFA program.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Captain Resolano. If this bill passed as presented, the original Children's Scholarship Fund prior to this was ongoing. So would that then be allowed, would that maintain itself still? And that this would be separate from that?
So a really good question. Thank you, Representative Woodcock. It would certainly change the business of the third-party administrator, and like any private organization, you gotta roll with it, and you may have to make some changes in terms of how you're organized or how how you deploy your assets. But in the case of the current company that administers the program and their New York headquarters, what we're talking about here, having the state manage the program and having the contractor essentially raise private scholarship money is much more consistent with how they do business in sort of 20-ish other states.
Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, thanks for taking my question. Are there other complications that the department might be having with the fact that in getting information back from the state of New York, because it's sitting in New York and we have to actually request things, to be transmitted back to us? Would you say that is also complicating some efficiencies in getting information back to the state or taxpayers?
Sure. Thank you very much, Representative Murray. I can't imagine, and that's a good question. It's certainly more in the weeds than I can speak to directly. But I can't imagine having a third-party middleman in this handling frankly, sensitive student information, because all students that are in the EFA program have SACID, student, what does it stand for? It's a student ID number, state assigned student ID number. So, and my understanding, and I think we heard this yesterday from the members of the department, that the association between student IDs and the names of students and personally identifiable information is a tightly guarded secret. So I can't imagine that having a middleman doesn't complicate the transmission of data between the third party administrator, the state of New Hampshire, the Department of Ed, and state auditors.
Any other? Oh, Representative Perno.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Am I reading this correct? Do you want all of the adequacy funds to go to the student, and then the department would have additional costs to administer the fund? Is that how I'm reading this?
So no, I think.
Or did I miss something in there?
No. I think you're getting it right. What the bill lays out, though, is that the bill doesn't change how the students share the state share of the EFA program. It doesn't change the education funding formula. It just eliminates the 10% that's being retained by the third party administrator by removing the third party administrator from being in the middle of this transaction. So the state of New Hampshire could certainly, fund this. I mean, it's funding this already with taxpayer dollars. So yes, I would absolutely agree with you, Representative Patternell, that if this were to become law, that EFAs would be funded with 10% more money than they're being funded with today.
Follow up? So you're essentially requesting that we spend even more money on the Education Freedom Account program by having the Department of Education administer it. Is that correct?
Well, I think that would be up
cost
to the Department of Education to answer, but I think that would be an excellent question for Dr. Green.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Counselor Leot Hill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Education Policy
Can you just
and
thank you.
Administration Committee.
Now we can hear you.
Great. All right. I'm Karen Leo Hill. I'm Executive Counselor for District 2, representing 81 cities and towns in Western New Hampshire. And I am here in support of HB 1820, which places administration of the Education Freedom Account program within the Department of Education. Regardless of where one stands on the policy merits of EFAs themselves, this bill is about governance, accountability, and clarity. The EFA program is now a significant state program involving public dollars, statewide eligibility determinations, and compliance with state and federal law. It is appropriate and responsible for that work to be carried out by a public agency directly accountable to the governor and the executive council, the legislature, and ultimately the taxpayers of New Hampshire. HB 1820 strengthens oversight without changing who is eligible for the program or how funds may be used. It consolidates administration, standardizes procedures, improves transparency, and places auditing and enforcement authority clearly within state government. For families, providers, and local school districts, that clarity matters. From a fiscal and administrative perspective, this bill reduces fragmentation, aligns authority with responsibility, and helps ensure consistent stewardship of public funds. HB 1820 is a practical step toward better management of an existing program, and for that reason, I respectfully urge the committee to vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Would you want to take questions?
I'm happy to if there are any.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Counselor. Quick question. Given the fact that our current third party resides out of state, and you also oversaw your office.
My predecessor would have voted on that contract,
yes,
correct?
My question is with regard to, do we have an interstate compact that is relative to that contract, or is whose state laws exist over that?
Those are great questions, Representative, and I think that those would be really appropriate to follow up with the Commissioner of Education. I'm happy to follow up on that question and get more information for you. I think it's my role as an executive counselor is in overseeing this contract, voting on this contract, and then overseeing the execution of it. But I was not there to vote on the original contract, so I just don't have that answer, but I'm happy to follow up.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nate Green.
Good afternoon. Nate Green with the New Hampshire Department of Education. So relative to the bill here, as the Department of Education has looked at it, and I have been working on a draft fiscal note, which will be forthcoming to this committee, we had a couple of questions because initially when we had looked at the first draft of this, we had assumed that the 10% set aside was still a component of the legislation, and it was just transferring the administrative authority to the Department of Education. And so initially we didn't see that there would be a fiscal note needed because the 10% set aside there or up to 10% would cover any kind of administration that the Department of Education would need to cover. I do see that in paragraph 4 of 193F4 of the current statute is the part of the legislation that allows the Children's Scholarship Fund to retain up to 10%. So I think there's a couple things that the Department of Education would request if this bill were to go through, either to add back in that language that would allow the Department of Education to retain up to 10% for the administration of the program. The Department of Education obviously would need to hire a couple of staff members to oversee the actual operations and management of the program. I can't imagine it would actually be up to 10%. And any positions that the Department of Education would request have to go through DOP, and we have to do our normal requests for state positions there. But having language allowing the Department of Education to retain some of the funds would allow us to provide that oversight. What I will do, however, though, in a fiscal note is I can present a fiscal note that if there was not language in here allowing the department to retain a certain percentage to administer the program, what the cost of an office and positions would be in order to effectively administer that program. It would not be possible for the Department of Education to absorb this program without any funds or resources to effectively administer that program. The second piece that the department would request, if this were to move forward, is a timeline that would allow a transition. So, for something like this to, say, go into effect on July 1 would not be tenable for the department to immediately upon July 1 take over administrative oversight of the program. The department would not have staff set up in place. We would not have the structures to effectively provide that level of administration of what now is about a $52 million program. So a 1 to 2 year on-ramp that would allow a transition from the current administration to the Department of Education would be very helpful if this were to move forward. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have two questions. Just with regard to the 10% being withheld, is that the norm for administrative fee to be withheld, or is that that number 10% for state-run programs?
I don't know if it's a norm in other programs. I've seen a variety of things. I think oftentimes what we see is a certain dollar amount that says, X amount of dollars, $1 million is set aside within the program to provide administrative oversight, or a certain percentage. I don't know if the exact 10% figure itself is a norm.
And then one follow-up. Thank you. And then I guess the counselor did not have an answer, but do you know whether or not the current contract that sits between New York and New Hampshire, is that an interstate contract, or is that who's presiding over the management, like whose laws?
I'm not familiar if there are any kind of interstate agreements within that contract. I'd have to take that back and ask our general counsel that. Yep.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. Is it true that there's no one here from the Children's Scholarship Fund right now because they're going through a compliance monitoring process at the DOE today?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. My colleague says yes.
Okay. Follow up. If the Department of Ed takes this over, who monitors the Department of Ed?
So the Department of Education has a Bureau of Compliance. There are positions within that look at two different types of compliance. We have internal compliance. The Department of Education is regularly audited. We have relatively large audits conducted usually by people like KPMG, where they come in and they look at the special education program within the agency, or the food and nutrition program. So likely there would be those internal auditing and compliance type checks on the program. And then the Department of Education also has staff members who focus on external compliance. And those are folks that usually go out to our education programs and look at compliance of the program itself. Examples of that could include the way schools and districts are spending their Title I funds. It could include things like auditing the health and safety requirements within facilities of public and non-public schools. So it's probably a combination of both internal compliance and auditing and external compliance of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I continue to hear the term up to 10%, which could be anywhere from 0 to 10. So do we have an average on how much the percentage is? I hear 10%, that's all I've heard. But again, that could be from 0 to 10%. So is there an average on what the fee is for the EFAs?
I don't believe that there's an average. I think it's just going back to the language that's within the statute that allowed for the may take up to 10%. It's likely that as the program grows, the administrative oversight of the program does not necessarily grow in the same leaps and bounds.
I understand that, but that phrase right there, Madam Chair, that phrase right there lends me to believe that they're getting 10%. When you say up to 10%, again, there must be an average on what they're taking as a percentage in the program. An accumulation of all the children who are enrolled in the program, what each of those children are being, or what the state is paying out for that service. So there's got to be an average somewhere. It's misleading to hear 10% when it says up to 10%, and I'd like to get an accurate figure on that.
So if I may ask a question, do you mean an average per student in terms of fee?
No, average, a conglomerate of all the children that are participating in the EFA program. When you say 0 to 10%, that's a huge gap. So if on average, all the children in the program who are utilizing the program, it's between 5 and 7%, that would give us a more accurate picture of what the dollar amount is. If someone could help with that, that would be, that would really be most helpful in accumulating information and making a decision going forward.
I believe the total is just taken as 10% of the total amount spent during the course of the EFA program year. So this year was 52 million.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Madam Chair. Good afternoon again. New office for you over here.
Yeah.
When DOE looked at the initial draft of the bill, he said, went over it. Was there any dialogue then about the ability of DOE to handle this type of program?
So the only dialogue that we've had internally was just about making sure that we have the necessary resources and staffing, that if this were to move forward, we would have to have a team of staff in place to be able to effectively administer that program.
So I might assume from that then that Dr. Green, that the DOE has the capabilities with proper staff.
Yes, given the proper staff and resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Petronell. Thank you very much. Do you think that the department would be able to keep within that 10%? I mean, and what would the motivation be for the department to operate more efficiently?
So the department is only able to expend really what we're given permission to. So I think you have the situation that you could take up to a 10%, but if the reality on the ground is that the department identifies a need for 3 staff members to oversee the program, then essentially the cost of administering that is going to be 3 staff members. Any excess funds that would be beyond what the department identifies as needing to administer the program essentially would just lapse back within the education trust funds, is my understanding.
Follow up. Thank you. So right now we have only one administrator of the Education Freedom Account grants, but it's possible that another one could come in and compete. Would it not be an incentive for these businesses to keep those costs as low as possible in the interest of competition and gaining a foothold in the market?
I wouldn't be able to speak to incentives outside of the department. Yeah.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Green, for taking my question. With I guess expanding on Representative Petronell's question, I'm curious to know whether or not you would imagine if this were to come this way, whether an RFP process would go out for an actual third party, and whether or not that actually even happened the first time. Do you know?
I can't speak historically to what had occurred. In looking at the specific services that would need to be provided, the Department of Education usually works with its contracting office and general counsel to determine what can be provided with Department of Education staff versus what are services that the department can't provide, and those are generally what are contracted out.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you tell me right now, is there a person within the education department that oversees what's going on with the education freedom accounts?
Yes, currently we have a position that functions in a fiscal and compliance role. This individual works within the Bureau of School Finance. And so they're really involved with working directly with the Children's Scholarship Fund to make sure that any data that's required by law is being received by the Department of Education and that funds are being expended appropriately under the law. That particular position really is just focused, however, on compliance and the data collection side of things.
Follow up, please. So 2 years ago, there was a legislative budget audit process that was occurring, and it was said that the Department of Education would not have access to certain information that the LBA required to do the audit. If the department took over the role of what the Children's Scholarship Fund is doing right now, would we have complete and access to do a complete audit and really get to the heart of where the money's being spent? Because the way I understand it right now is only if reports are written into the law, that's the only information that the department can receive.
So my understanding is that if data is coming directly into the Department of Education, then all of that would be available for any other compliance or audit purposes. Currently, much of our data comes through into the third party and then is received in reports by the Department of Education. So my guess is that relationship would change.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other pink cards for 1820? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1341, establishing a committee to investigate the Department of Education's actions regarding School Administrative Unit 6. And I recognize Representative Luno, the prime sponsor. Thank you. Eventually, we'll get into our groove around here.
So good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name's Dave Luno, representing the people of Bow and Hopkinton in Merrimack County District 9. So I'm here this afternoon to introduce House Bill 1341 with regards to establishing a committee to investigate the Department of Education's actions regarding School Administrative Unit 6. So there's a lot in that title, but what's important to remember about that title is that HB 1341 is not about blame. It's not about pointing fingers or accusations. It's about understanding how the shared responsibility for public schools, a responsibility shared between local and state authorities, can better detect when a school district is in distress before it's too late. The bill establishes a committee to understand and investigate the New Hampshire Department of Education and the actions of the former commissioner relating to oversight and negligence that contributed to the financial crisis experienced by School Administrative Unit 6. The case study here focuses on SAU 6 and primarily the management and administration of the Claremont School District. Claremont, Claremont is an interesting case. Its struggles go way back to when their once prosperous city lost the economic engine that powered their community. The mills closed, people lost jobs, and the city lost the tax revenue that made it all work, including Claremont's once thriving public schools. And in the mid-1990s, Claremont sued the state for not meeting its constitutional obligation to fund public schools. The court agreed with Claremont that, in fact, the state was not living up to its constitutional obligation. The court referenced the state constitution, which requires that all taxes must be reasonable, meaning equal in valuation, and, quote, uniform in rate throughout the state. However, remedies to address the problem have fallen short for decades and have done very little to improve the funding of Claremont's schools, or for that matter, other public schools throughout the state. The local school tax in Claremont is one of the highest tax rates in the state, and that means in the country. Not too long ago, the all-in tax rate in Claremont was nearly $50 per thousand in valuation, what amounts to a 5% tax on property. Holy cow, 5% tax on property. Compare that with tax rates in other municipalities that are less than a 10th or a 20th of that. The Claremont School District does the best they can to fund their public schools. Taxpayers work super hard, so do teachers and families and students. There's a lot of pride in Claremont schools and for the Cardinals. Last spring, Councillor Karen Leo Hill, Representative Hope Damon, and I ran, and maybe the term running is a stretch there, ran a 5K to support the programs. Local community members raised $30,000 to help support the schools, but it's just not enough. The Claremont District has been forced to make decisions that fall into a budget they can afford, and that has consequences. There's no question that mistakes were made in the management of school finances, along with a lack of oversight. But that responsibility is shared responsibility between the state and the district. The New Hampshire Department of Education provides leadership and services to ensure equitable, high-quality education from pre-K through higher ed, managing funding, developing standards, overseeing assessments, and approving school programs, all aimed at equipping students for success. Key duties include setting rules for attendance, performance, and facilities, administering the state and federal funding, ensuring accountability, and supporting educator development. This bill looks to better understand how failure in that shared responsibility contributed to the Claremont School District's financial crisis. It establishes a committee to focus in the following 5 areas. Number 1, investigate the circumstances leading to the financial crisis, including decisions and oversight failures. Number 2, examine the role and action of the Department of Education and the former commissioner during the period preceding the crisis. 3, subpoena witnesses, records, and documents relative to such investigation. 4, hold hearings, take testimony, and gather evidence necessary to determine the cases and contributing factors. And 5, recommend legislative and administrative action to prevent future crises of a similar nature. Some public records available now suggest the Education Department had knowledge of the financial distress happening in Claremont long before the train wreck in the spring of 2025. A report issued by the Education Department in February of last year cited non-compliances in financial management going back to 2020. And annual financial information on all school districts reported through the state's Department of Revenue information to the Education Department was missing 5 years of data from SAU 6. These should have been red flags. I don't purport to have all the facts or all the answers. That's why this bill calls for a committee to study what happened so that we can prevent it from happening again. In an absurd twist, some of the recent steps taken by the State Board of Education to eliminate credentialing requirements for school business officers and reducing skills of superintendents seem ill-advised and actually work against and impede good governance. For anybody that served on a school board, you know budgets are set more than 18 months before some of those dollars will be spent. Unanticipated costs, whether for CTE tuition or for healthcare risk pools, can kill a district that isn't prepared to weather the storm. And when state funding isn't fair and oversight isn't there, it leaves some districts without access to the resources they need to plan and be prepared to mitigate risks. I hope you'll look at this bill and what it's trying to do to make sure the education department is doing the best it can to assist schools and avoid a train wreck. I'm happy for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative Cloutier?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm State Representative John Cloutier from Sullivan County District 6, which comprises the communities of Claremont and Croydon. And I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1341. And I speak of this bill, first of all, I want to be clear, I'm a Claremont native. Have lived most of my life in Claremont and all of my life in New Hampshire. And I'm a product of the Claremont school system from 3rd grade onto high school. And I think I got a good education in the Claremont. I will say that over and over again. It prepared me well for college and for life. I have also served for approximately 30 years on and off as a substitute teacher in the Claremont Unity and Cornish school system, which, of course, today Cornish no longer a member of SAU 6, but I'm just giving you some background. So I think I know a little bit about this issue in Claremont and our schools. And our schools do a good job, and we have some really dedicated staff. So when frankly, I'm not trying not to be obscenity, but when the junk hit the fan in August, and this happened 2 weeks before school started, a $5 million deficit, a lot of my constituents were outraged. I mean, and they expressed their opinion vocally to me, in emails, on the street, social media, that they are very upset about what happened. And frankly, they want answers and they're struggling now to pay their property taxes to educate their kids. And on top of this, and they are so angry, they have told me, frankly, the whole school board ought to resign. Some of the school officials or former schools ought to be criminally prosecuted. And so they're upset. And of course, now we are taking action. We are we're doing a forensic audit. I didn't even know what a forensic audit was until this happened. So the Claremont School District and School Board are trying to find answers. But I think we need House Bill 1341 to see what the state might have done to cause this. And I'm trying not to get personal with them. We all make mistakes. But I think we got to learn from this, because I think this should not happen again, whether it's the Claremont or any other school district in the state. As my colleague Hope Damon, one of the sponsors, said, Claremont could be the canary in the coal mine. And we could very well see this for other school districts down the road. So I urge you to please pass this bill in some form, House Bill 1341. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question. I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of investigations. I think a lot of things probably ought to be investigated, but generally it's good practice to establish some kind of probable cause that there's been something done wrong before we begin investigations. Given the amount of local control that typically is exercised over budgeting and finances in local school districts, how would you describe what the probable cause might be to think that the education department, as opposed to the local school, might be somehow implicated?
Well, one of the reasons for the $5 million deficit, the school district was trying to comply with federal and state grants. And the state education department, I understand it, was helping to administer those grants. And as the prime sponsor said, the state education department might well have known several months in advance of what was happening in Claremont. And in the spring, there were some hints where it was reported we're going to have a $2 million deficit. And in the middle of August, this is when, as I said, I will try not to be obscene, the junk hit the fan, and we were now faced with a $5 million deficit, which resulted in huge costs, no more funding for athletics. No more busing for high school students. We laid off about ready, I think, 18, 20 staff. We were about ready to hire, and we closed an elementary school. It is very upset my constituents. And I think the state education, because they have rules, they administer the state educational laws. They are supposed to work with our superintendents, our school boards. And I'm not trying to accuse anybody, but I think we need to do an investigation. So as leaders, if laws need to be changed or new laws need to be implemented to prevent this crisis from ever happening again, whether it's in Claremont or, as I said, any other school district in the state, I think it's important enough that we have this committee. So I just feel the state education administers our schools, and they have, I think, some responsibility. I do not excuse the local officials. I do not necessarily excuse the school board. They should have maybe been a little bit more vigilant. And these officials, some of whom did not do their jobs. And hopefully the forensic audit is going to establish their culpability. But I want to be careful. I don't want to accuse. I think we need to do thorough investigations. I know some of my constituents, as I said, are ready to, I hate to use hang some of these people, but they certainly some of them want them thrown in jail, think these school officials and they think the school board members ought to resign. They're that angry. And I'm trying to be a little calm, try to relax and find out exactly what happened, because my main thing, I think all of us don't want this to happen again. We certainly don't want it to happen in our school district. And I think there have been some reports of minor stuff in other school districts like Pittsfield, but I really do not wish this on any school district in the state, and including my school district in the future. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I think the education department has a role in this, and we ought to be sure they're doing their job. And if we need to pass additional laws to help them, so be it. Thanks.
Representative Freeman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Has the forensic audit been completed?
To my knowledge, it has not as of today. I think it's going to take at least a few more weeks and maybe even a few more months. I mean, I think we've got to be patient. We've got to be thorough. We've hired some people that hopefully are going to be able to do this audit right. But as I tell my constituents, I know you're upset. You want answers. You want people held accountable. But it's going to take some time. We may not know until next spring and in the upcoming spring, and we're going to have to deal with this in the upcoming school budget too. And my constituents are very upset. They don't want to pay higher property taxes, but hopefully we're going to have some answers in the next few months.
A follow-up, Madam Chair? Follow-up. Thank you. And this is largely a procedural question, and maybe someone else can answer it. But as I was going through this bill, on line 16, it says subpoena witnesses, records, and documents relative to the investigation. I'm not sure we have subpoena power as a general court. Can someone shed some light on that for me?
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I think we do, but I'm not. Don't quote me, okay? You might want to ask a rep who is, or someone legal counsel who is more familiar. But if we have to pass this bill and give this committee subpoena power, I'm all in favor of it, because we got to get to the bottom of this, in my opinion.
Representative Marie. Sorry. Representative Belcher, go ahead.
I was just going to offer to clarify the current House rules are that any subpoena to be issued requires a vote of the whole House to issue. And right now, because these are rules, they're not administered by law. So the only way to change that would be to change House rules, not passing laws.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I guess my question was more on the same track of whether or not if this bill were to move forward and the forensic audit was not yet finished, could in real time the two communicate with one another to have the most accurate and up-to-date information to have things move forward?
I would hope, of course, under this bill, I guess this committee, if we pass the bill, would have until November 1st of this year to issue recommendations. Now, hopefully the FRET will be done, as I said, hopefully by the late spring, summer, and hopefully I would hope that the committee would work with the school district and SAU 6 to get the findings of the forensic audit, because I think that's important as part of the investigation. So, and see what is the responsibility of the school officials, the school board, SAU 6, remember the SAU 6 board hired the superintendent and the Department of Education. So I hope the results of the front will be done in the next few months, Representative, so it can be shared with this committee if it's established.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Are there any other pink cards for 1341? Yes, there is, right in front of me, Representative Damon.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, State Representative Hope Damon. I am in my third year serving Sullivan District 8, which is 9 municipalities, including Croydon, where I live, and Claremont. So you see the relevance, perhaps, of me speaking. And I serve on Education Funding Committee when I'm not guesting with all you. So I am a co-sponsor and very much in support of this proposed legislation. And I would like to start with clarifying that the purpose of this legislation is different from the audits and the potential forensic audit in Claremont. Those processes are going forward and are essential and needed to understand the status of the district's finances and how within the district things came to such a critical point. But the purpose of this bill is not to look locally, although there will certainly be overlapping communications, but to look at the actions or lack of actions of the Department of Education and the administration of the Department of Education at that time. So this bill is to look at state level, what did or did not happen, and hopefully then make recommendations to prevent such a severe situation from happening going forward. I will not repeat what Representative Luno and Representative Cloutier have, I think, very capably outlined, but I will note that I have attended every single school board meeting in Claremont since this happened. I certainly attended many regularly before that, but not all of them. The only one I've missed was last week when we were still voting in the House, and I thought maybe I should hang around. To say that this has been a trauma to the community is an understatement. From listening to teenagers who should not have to worry about whether their school is going to open and will they have the curriculum they need to qualify for whatever they're intending to do next in their lives, have been some of the most poignant experiences of my life to listen to that. To hear from the staff who have hung in there and are working so incredibly. So 19 new hire contracts were rescinded 10 days before school started. Over 20 other positions were terminated, and quite understandably, an additional, I'm not sure how many, but considerable number of staff, both teaching and in the many other positions needed to run a good school system, have moved on to other districts because they need secure employment. They need to feed their families. Just down the road in Newport, where there have been critical staffing challenges as long as I can remember, Newport School District is fully staffed because guess where Claremont went? So yay for Newport, but that's not how we should be doing this. John, Representative Cloutier, and I share that phrase, canary in a coal mine. We know there are several other districts in New Hampshire that are on very vulnerable financial footing. Fortunately for them, they've been able to recognize in a somewhat sooner time frame that changes needed to be made to not end up with the situations that have happened in Claremont. But they recognized that locally, not because they were getting adequate oversight and help from the Department of Education. So I just can't emphasize enough how important it is for understanding what the state level role should be in what happened or should have been, and how should we proceed going forward. Happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we will close the hearing on 1341. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1402 relative to credentials for the position of Superintendent of Schools, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Damon.
I almost just stayed here.
I mean, long time no see.
Great. Good afternoon, committee, and thank you, Madam Chair. I am still State Representative Hope Damon, serving Sullivan District 8, the 9 towns of Ackworth, Langdon, Leominster, Goshen, Washington, Springfield, Sunapee, my hometown of Croydon, and the city of Claremont. The bill 1402 in front of us is to establish more comprehensive credentials for the position of Superintendent of Schools. As all or most of you are aware, we do not require school districts to have an actual superintendent of schools. They have to provide the services of a superintendent. However, most districts do have a school superintendent. And so I think it is very important that we be clear who is qualified for that position and what their roles and responsibilities are. Before I go further, I want to note that I have been working on an amendment to both this bill and the one that follows it on business administrator credentials that was not able to be completed with OLS before the hearing this afternoon. So I am going to mention some changes proposed to the bill that will be coming forward to you in a committee amendment next week, based on consulting with Steve Appleby at the Department of Education and with the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. And I apologize that that's not before you now, but as you know, the list of things to do is kind of long. You guys really know that. So with that said, the entry-level requirements that we would like to see in statute, first of all, on line 6, currently it's 5 years of experience, and I was not intending to lessen the requirements for superintendents. So in the amendment, it will say 5 years, not 3. In the educational qualifications, it will be master's degree or higher. Because on exploring further what our neighboring states require and what the marketplace in New Hampshire is, that is an adequate credential. It doesn't necessarily have to be CAGS or doctoral level. So that will change. And then As you go further down, I think is really mostly pretty straightforward. Application form, work record, education record, nothing that you wouldn't expect a candidate for a position to be providing. There will be some different language in regards to the confidential references. It's not so much that we're actually looking for references, because I think we all know that candidates for any position do not tend to list a reference who's going to say bad things about them. I mean, why would you? What I think is more useful, and we're working on how to craft this language in a way that is valid in the law, is to look at the individual's history and experiences and what their prior work has been and why they left similar positions elsewhere. We know that superintendents last 3 to max 7 years in a district. They move on to a different district with different challenges, or they leave education and do other things. It's important for us to understand when we're hiring whether people not only have the stated educational qualifications, but do they have a valid reputation based on what they did and accomplished, or are there concerns? We have seen in a number of districts people hired and then terminated with the records protected, such that they can then apply in another district and no one knows that it wasn't a successful experience in the one before. That does not seem to me the best way for us to be making sure that our kids are getting the education they deserve. So there'll be some different language there. And then the section starting on line 27, so it's Roman numeral 4 on qualifications for superintendent, and continuing through all of page 2 and most of the rest of the bill, is, I think, putting in more clear expectations of what the roles of superintendents are and what they need to be able to do. And as we know, superintendents have a very comprehensive responsibility. So this is stating what those pieces are. I'm happy to answer questions, but I think I don't need to read it to you or detail it further other than to respond to questions. Thank you very much.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Damon, for presenting this bill. Who's responsible for hiring the superintendent?
The SAU board hires the superintendent.
Thank you.
So if I may, and
Please.
Sorry, thank you for the question. I believe it's about a third, maybe half of the school districts in New Hampshire are half of the SAUs are single district SAUs. So in that case, the SAU and the school board are pretty overlapping, similar. But in the other districts where it's 2 or more communities, the SAU board is comprised of school board members from all of the representative school districts. Right. And that board hires the superintendent to oversee those school districts.
Very good. Follow up? Thank you. Dan, thank you, Representative. So who reviews the superintendent's performance?
The SAU board does, and I believe in most districts, they do that with input from the school boards within, if it's a more than one district SAU.
Very good. Thank you.
Good question.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here, taking my question. This is very comprehensive, and some of it I don't fully understand what it means. There's a line on, well, it's part 5 on page 3 here.
Could you say the number again, please?
5 on page 3, so lines 9 through 12, and I'm particularly trying to nail down, because if all of these things are necessary for a superintendent, what exactly does it mean for a superintendent to protect the emotional safety of every student under their purview? I'm not familiar with, first of all, the emotional safety outside of the idea of like physical safety, so I don't know what that means exactly. And how does a superintendent do that?
Thank you for the question. I think it is very common in a wide array of topic areas to speak of physical safety, which we probably all pretty clearly understand applies to our personal body. Emotional safety applies to our mental health well-being. So a student in school deserves to be in an environment where they are not bullied, they are not vulnerable to emotional harm. And I would note that whether it's this particular responsibility of the superintendent or any of the other ones, the superintendent themselves is not necessarily the individual enacting all of this. They are making sure that this is happening. So in the same way that for physical health, that in part is addressed by the facilities management team that's making sure the building is clean and that you're not tripping over the threshold because it's flopping. The addressing emotional safety might well be delegated to other staff members, but the superintendent is in charge of making sure that it is an emotionally safe environment.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Hammond. I guess I'm looking at this from a different perspective. I'm wondering, I understand the minimum qualifications that may lead to credentialing that you're suggesting, but I'm looking at all of the job descriptions that are delineated here. And I'm wondering why that wouldn't be the responsibility of the local school board. Why would the state be identifying these are responsibilities of a superintendent? Maybe these could be suggestions of a typical superintendent. Maybe the school board association would have that as policy. Maybe the superintendent association has. I'm having a hard time, honestly, wrapping my head around why are these multiple functions, not suggesting that they aren't accurate. Or, you know, in the last thing, or designee probably should be added. But I'm just wondering why are they here as a law when these are different provisions that may be provided and some not necessary by or wanted by the local school board?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. Thoughtful question. I don't think that these responsibilities should be limited to the discretion of local because all of them are credible needs of all school districts. And so they would be implemented differently in different districts, but they all need to happen. So it, I think, falls under a state level responsibility to assure that there is a person or persons in every district who is responsible for these things to happen. Whether they themselves are doing it or not is another question, but they are overseeing that it is happening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether or not with the changes that are proposed here, because it seems like there might be some new credentialing requirements that you're asking for here. So with respect to anybody who is pre-existing in their role, does that grandfather them in, so to speak, into their current position where they are employed, or do they have to reprove credential all over again?
Thank you for the question. I would first say that the credentials required were in statute and were removed, and we are trying to put them back. They're not fully new credentials, although they're not in current statute. I don't think there's any language here that responds to the essence of your question, but I certainly would have no expectation that we would not, and we are certainly not trying to say that if you are a current superintendent and you don't have these credentials, you have to go. So we maybe need to consider that in the language of the amendment to assure that as long as the existing superintendent is capably performing the job, they certainly don't need to re-credential. They would be grandfathered in, the same as you would with most changes in credentials for other positions in many industries.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We have Steve Appleby here for technical assistance, if anyone has any questions for Steve, for the department. Do you want? Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Director, Department of Education, and I oversee the Bureau of Educator Credentialing.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to understand the necessity and whatnot of possibly pursuing any investigation here. And as a part of that, can you articulate for me, being an expert in the field, any rule or law or policy that has been alleged that the department may be a violation of? Oh, I'm sorry. My error. I'm doing too much right now. No sleep.
It's getting a little nervous. Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have the right bill. So if looking over 1402, do you see any discrepancies when involved in credentialing requirements? Or it seems like you've already talked to Representative Damon, and are you satisfied? Or do you have any further recommendations to improve this bill?
Thank you for the question. I have shared all of our recommendations with Representative Damon. We have an administrative rule currently that has credentialing standards that a superintendent candidate needs to meet. And these, my intent was that this bill would mirror those in many ways so that we don't have issues around, well, what if I already have a superintendent license? I heard that question. Or that we don't have mismatches in things like experience or degrees. So, and I've shared all of that line by line with Representative Damon. So,
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess just to clarify my question, do you think it is necessary then to have anything in the language of the law that states that if there isn't a concern elsewhere, that it is not necessary to re-credential or
thank you for the question. That's really not my purview to answer. I think that's the legislature's purview if you want to pass it. I'm just here to make sure that your intent is translated correctly into that law and doesn't cause an unintended consequence. One thing I might mention to the committee is we do have a law 194-C:4 that articulates what superintendent services a school board is responsible for providing. And I think those are a good guide towards a lot of the standards here as well as in the administrative rule. And it is very broad and expansive. It is a big list. So,
how would we find that in the administrative rules? Do you know what the?
Yeah, it's in the ED 500s.
Okay.
And I can give you the exact rule number if you.
I would love that.
ED 506.01.
Thank you.
And I would note, as you look at those, you may think, I don't see a lot of things. There is a section above ED 505.04, which are common requirements of all administrator endorsements. So how our credentialing rules are written, we have general education requirements that apply to every credential. Then we have a subset, what are called professional education requirements. Those apply to most endorsements, teachers, administrators, but perhaps not a paraprofessional. And then we have administrator professional standards that only apply to administrative endorsements, superintendent, principal, special ed administrator, curriculum director, CT principal, so forth. So there's kind of several levels. And what we don't do is we don't repeat those requirements in every single endorsement. We just point to that one rule set.
Okay.
For efficiency purposes.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Did Did you have one? Okay. And we will close the hearing on House Bill 1402. We will open the hearing on House Bill 1403 relative to credentials for the position of school business administrator. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Damon.
Let's try that again. Good afternoon again, committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for hearing my remarks on House Bill 1403, which I prime sponsor. I am still State Representative Hope Damon from Croydon, representing the 9 towns of Sullivan District 8. And this bill is, I would say, a companion to 1402 that we just discussed in regards to superintendent credentials. This is, oh, thank you so much. This is looking at credentials for the position of school business administrator. Excuse me one sec. And as with the prior bill, after consultation with Steve Appleby and other knowledgeable folks, there will be a committee amendment coming forward next week that unfortunately I was not able to pull off with OLS before our discussion this afternoon. There are not requirements in statute currently for school business administrator. They were removed, I believe, in 2022. Based on the experiences in Claremont and other districts with fiscal challenges, I find it quite remarkable that we wouldn't have basic requirements for who fulfills the roles of business administrator, hence bringing this bill forward. I have no illusion that having qualifications that suggest a person has expertise is a guarantee that there won't be problems. I think we should acknowledge that at the outset. But it is a foundational piece. If you can't show that you have adequate qualifications, you shouldn't be learning on the job when it is this scale of impact and need. And so these are, as noted in line 4, entry-level requirements to be certified as a business administrator. Bachelor's or master's degree. The amendment will change the terminology to not only say in business administration, but related fields, because certainly you could be credentialed in a number of related fields that would provide adequate background. And the usual expectations in terms of application, previous work record, education record, and the same remarks that I made on the superintendent credentials bill. We're not looking necessarily for glowing references because people don't list people to give a reference that aren't going to give positive references. But we're looking for historical information about that person's capacity and experience in districts that they may have previously served in, and figuring out how to legally express that without violating protected records, which is perhaps a topic for another day. And similarly, the areas of knowledge are listed at the bottom of page 1. And I think are really quite logical to the roles of this position. Educational organization, obviously financial resource management. In most districts, the business administrators have a fair amount of responsibility in human resources, so they obviously need knowledge there. Facility and property management, information management, risk management, people transportation, and food service. It's kind of all of the essential operations of a school system that are not directly the education and curriculum parts. You do not need me to read you page 2 and ongoing as it itemizes or outlines more detail in those regards. I do want to highlight on, page 4, well, bottom of page 3 and going into page 4, the responsibilities for financial reporting, for compliance with contracts, for audit, supplying the information necessary for audits to the auditors, are key parts of this position. In the middle of page 4, lines 20 through 24, about having expertise to look at bonds and lease purchasing. I think basically what we've tried to do in the language for this proposed statute is to clearly specify what the needs are and not make assumptions that a person applying for this position would have this capacity. They need to have this capacity to be applying. And I will not itemize the other ones. They're, I think, sufficiently clear, but I am happy to answer questions and respond as best I can and ask for your support for helping our school districts assure that their business administrators come into the job capable of doing it.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I'm curious to know, the list is quite long. And are there instances in which administrators might avail themselves of a third-party contractor for some of these areas that while they may have specific, they may be aware of them, they are certainly not an expert in these fields. So I'm curious to know if does this narrow the field to a place where it might be really hard to find somebody who fits all of this?
Thank you for the question. The candidate needs to have the knowledge and the ability to administer these tasks. They don't have to be the person who does the tasks. So they could certainly contract out. They might hire a transportation management company to handle all of the transportation responsibilities for the school district. That's certainly common in my neck of the woods anyway. But in stating knowledge and ability does not suggest that you are the sole person doing it. That said, we could clarify that language in the amendment if it's helpful to say that.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You said they were removed in 2022. Do you know why they were removed?
I was not in office at that time, so I'm going to refrain from assigning intent to people before me.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Damon. Are business administrators required by statute?
Thank you for the question. Let me just clarify that I know what you're asking. You're asking if districts are required to have a business administrator, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
You know, I am not 100% sure. It's different from, we don't require a superintendent. I believe we do require a business administrator. Sorry, I'm looking over my shoulder at Mr. Appleby and he said no.
Okay, there you go.
I stand corrected.
Thank you very much.
Representative Perrinel. Thank you. I
Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I sort of have a follow-up to Representative Freeman's question. So what would you suggest in a situation where the superintendent is also acting as the business administrator? Would they need all of these requirements in addition to all of the requirements for the superintendent?
Thank you for the question. And yes, in the rare district where it is one sole individual who is responsible for all of the tasks, all the superintendent services, and all of the tasks of a business administrator, if it is that one individual, then yes, they need to have all of this capacity because every single district needs to be able to meet these needs. So whether it's completed by one or many, the needs don't go away.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. I'm a little more supportive this time than me. Well, David, just a question. Yesterday it became particularly clear to me, after listening to the presentation in the morning specifically, that an accounting background of some type was remunerated multiple times in the fellowship. And I've read through this a couple of times, and I didn't see any specific to that, to accounting background, has managerial, has business, but I mean, it seemed to me yesterday they were saying that that accounting piece is really, I'm just bringing that up. I didn't know if that was somewhere that I missed it reading it or just it wasn't there separately, that's all.
Thank you for the question. I don't believe it's in here under that phrasing. I'm getting coached from behind me. Line 34, which page? Oh, that's why page 2. So thank you. You know, we're all a team here, right? Okay, so I'm told page 3, yes, thank you. Line 34, knowledge of and ability to implement accounting, auditing, and financial reporting, including the ability to, and it goes on and says several things. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Kofalt?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Jim Kofalt. I represent the towns of Wilton, Temple, and New Ipswich, Hillsborough District 32. In addition to that, I have also been a school board chair, school board member, and a school board budget committee member. In that capacity, over a number of years in the Wilton-Lineborough Cooperative School District, we had 4 different business administrators. 2 of those, I would say, performed the duties of the job. They weren't star performers. They weren't failures. They got it done, but they certainly weren't standouts. One of those business administrators was short-lived and performed the job abysmally. I actually thought of this person when we heard some of what happened in Claremont, because there were some basic functions of the job, like recording transactions in the general ledger, which were not happening. So if you're not recording transactions in the general ledger, you're not doing accounting. There's nothing happening. So that is essentially dereliction of duty. The 4th business administrator was a rock star. She was absolutely a star performer. We hired her in 2020. She's still at the district today, and she has been one of the highest value employees of the school district. Of these 4 business administrators, 3 were credentialed. So you can probably guess the end of the story. The one that was not credentialed was the rock star. Okay, so we hired her knowing that she was not a credentialed business administrator, with the stipulation that because credentials were a thing at the time, that she would have to get those credentials within, I believe it was a year, and she did. So my concern about this bill is that, it does 2 things. One is it creates a kind of false sense of security around the position of business administrator. Because I think very often school boards defer to somebody else that they deem to be an expert, and if the state says this person has checked the boxes, then they must be good. When in fact, they're not necessarily good, they've just checked the boxes. And that's my concern as we bring back a credential that in the past did not do us a lot of good. I will remind you also that Mary Henry of the Claremont School District was a credentialed business administrator. The other concern I have about this is that it potentially shrinks the pool of talent available to school districts. It doesn't necessarily restrict school districts to hiring somebody who's a credentialed business administrator, but school boards that want to play it safe or sort of feel like they need to default to an assumption that they have to hire a credentialed business administrator out of the gate are, I think, at a disadvantage because they're selecting from a smaller pool. In fact, the one business administrator that we hired who did not work out well at all was hired because he was the only credentialed business administrator available at the time. So HB 1403 would revive this credential that was previously existed in New Hampshire and was eliminated by the Board of Education in 2023. I may be wrong, maybe it was 2022, but I think that the rationale for that decision was well-founded, and I urge the members of this committee to vote ITL on this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dwayne Ford.
Hello, committee members. I appreciate your time today. I am speaking in support of the bill. I became a business administrator in 1999 in New Hampshire, was certified in 1998, and my certification lapsed in 2025. Not because I wanted it to lapse, but because the certification went away. So for me, certification was very important that I had that. I think it's a validation of skills that people have. I agree that it's not ironclad, proof that you're going to have somebody who's going to be stellar. And there were, in my time, business administrators that worked in a variety of districts that were never certified and did an exceptional job. So I think like any certified position, you can have that happen both ways. But for me, it was really important. I became a business administrator when I was really young. And I think for me, certification got my foot in the door. And I've done this job ever since. Having a certification cycle that requires continuous and ongoing professional development to keep your certification, I think, is really important. Working in a school where that's the expectation of all of our certified staff, all of our teachers, superintendent, assistant superintendent, special ed people, we require that of all of them. That should be a requirement of me. I should have to do that as well. I don't disagree with any of the things in the bill about what the skills are needed and that laundry list of things that business administrators are responsible for, because that's the job. I think when you put it on paper, it looks overwhelming. It looks like a lot of things because it is a lot of things, but somebody has to do that work. And I think this position does it. I liken it to a person that's behind the scenes. Not a lot of our students know who I am, and some of our staff don't. But if some of the things that I'm responsible for don't happen, a lot of people know who I am. And so we don't want, as a business administrator, as a person who does this work, we don't want to be in the paper. You don't want to be kind of known, quote unquote. The one thing I would ask as part of the bill is we had a 3-year certification cycle. If this passed and that certification came back, which I hope it does, people who were certified and had their certification lapse through kind of no fault of their own, so within that same 3-year process, still doing the continuous work, would have the ability to pay the fee and become recertified and then get back onto the regular cycle. So, for example, taking me, my certification would then be effective then 7/1/2025 and would lapse in 28. And then I would have to do all the things within that cycle to keep my certification. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody had any.
Anybody have any questions? Representative Murray.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's
Good to see you.
So I do have a quick question regarding the previous speaker and also your assertion regarding credentialing not necessarily making or breaking it for a candidate for consideration. Would you be open to the concept of offering an opportunity for, if the magical person showed up who on paper met everything else but didn't have this, giving them a grace period to complete that?
In the past, oh, that's a really good question. In the past, decision on whether or not certification was required for this position was a local decision. You know, there were a number of SAUs that, you know, although maybe it was preferred, didn't require it. You know, I think of a person who was in a job in a really large SAU, cooperative SAU, that did that job for more than 2 decades and was just outstanding. Was a person that I'd want to do it in the place where I live. You know, she was just an outstanding person. She never was certified. And it wasn't a requirement or a thing that SAU wanted. When I was hired in Bow, it was a requirement. The SAU board at the time, which at the time was just the Bow School District before we had Dunbarton join in 2014, I couldn't apply for that job if I didn't have certification. So that was a local, and I think it still should be a local decision that people make on whether or not they require that for the job.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chuck Bates. Got it. Oh,
now it's on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, committee members. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for allowing me to speak on in support of House Bill 1403. There was a licensure requirement, as was mentioned before, and it was repealed by the State Board of Ed in June of 2023. I am the part-time executive director of the New Hampshire Association of School Business Officials for the next 6 months or so, 5 months, until I retire fully. I was a former business administrator at SAU 13 for 7 years, roughly. Business teacher before that, and came out of the private sector long before that. I support a lot of what Dwayne was just talking about. Having the license doesn't guarantee you the perfect candidate necessarily, someone that'll do the job well. What I think would help support the bill is if the licensure requirement is actually beefed up a little bit from where it was before. Our association provides a lot of professional development opportunities for our members. We have monthly membership meetings. We have regional Zoom meetings every month. We have a Zoom meeting every month for new BAs, new business administrators. And we have a lot of dialogue in our meetings. We always have a hot topic session as we wrap up the end of the day to talk about current hot topics in the field. And as you might suspect, Claremont has been a hot topic for the past many months. How does one of our members who was licensed encounter these problems? And they were not the only district, by the way. They're probably the most recent and most significant in the last several years, but there have been other districts that have run into similar problems. Most of these problems are avoidable by following best practices, like in school board meetings, reviewing your revenues, looking for discrepancies, looking for variances that are significant. Expenditures, a lot of school districts, school boards will review the expenditures every month, but variances in revenues are often overlooked because, let's face it, most of your revenues come from the local community, right? But if you're expecting $2.5 million from federal funding, from grant funding, and all of a sudden you don't get that, and you don't find out until June that you're not getting that money, well, it's too late to do anything about it. If you discovered that back in November, December, you could have submitted a deficit appropriation warrant article and covered that ahead of time. So if you implement the best practices, if you require your business administrators to participate in professional development on an ongoing basis, and not just sign up to get the license and not, get involved, then you could face the same problem in other districts. So I'm fully in support of the bill with a little bit stronger language, maybe on recertification, making sure that people are getting the professional development they need. If they're not part of these conversations we have at New Hampshire ASBO, they're not getting the word, and they're not learning how to avoid these pitfalls that a handful of our members have encountered over the past few years. We can offer the PD, but so we can lead the horse to water, but we can't make them drink. If they don't come, they don't participate, we can't help that. Our mission is to ensure excellence in the practice of school business management for the benefit of the educational community. But again, we can't ensure anything unless people participate. So I'm assuming, though, that the intent of this bill is to reinstate the prior licensure requirements. Again, I would recommend strengthening those a little bit. As far as the question came up earlier about why was the prior licensing requirement repealed, when we first learned of this in the November timeframe of 2022, I requested an audience with the former Commissioner of Education and the State Board to discuss why they're looking to repeal it and to argue in support of not repealing it, to keeping it in place. And the words I got were that they didn't want to be in the licensing business, number one. And number two, they wanted to make it easier to hire BAs. Well, guess what? There hasn't been a licensure requirement for almost 3 years now. It's still very difficult to hire BAs. A business administrator, if you look at the private sector where I came from, your superintendent would be like a CEO in a corporation. Your business administrator would be like your VP of Finance and Operations. They're responsible for all the financial aspects of the business and all the operational aspects of the business. But that long laundry list, you can see they wear a lot of hats. In larger school districts, they have the benefit of having staff members that might take care of IT and HR and facilities and those sort of things. In smaller districts, you wear many of those hats and you do have to manage those functions. But you at least need to know, to be aware of what those functions are in order to be eligible, I believe, to be a business administrator. We do have a business administrator certification program that was developed several years ago. There used to be programs in the state of New Hampshire here at a couple of the colleges. PSU had it one time, SNHU had one at one time for BA certification. It was like a certificate program, 6 courses. Both those schools canceled those programs because there wasn't enough interest, enough people registering for those programs to keep it running. So about that time, my predecessor, Steve Martin, met up with Texas Association of School Business Officials representatives to help leverage their BA certification program and help build our New Hampshire BA certification program. So while you might not find a lot of candidates that are qualified to be a BA from day one, the state used to have this Alt-4 certification program, which is used for other licenses also. You don't come in fully equipped to do the job, but you have the potential, the skills, and through a professional development program, a PDP, if you will, you can attain those skills over 6 months, a year, 3 years, whatever it takes, whatever's agreed to, in order to obtain the licensure. Our BA certificate program allows them through 21 courses, 17 online, 4 of them in person, to attain our BA certificate program. And that's what we've promoted in the last 3 years now. All right, the licensure requirement's going away. My license will also expire June 30th, but we have a professional certification program that leverages the same requirements, same credentials, if you will, that the state requirement had, the state program had, so that people can renew their state license as a professional association certification instead. This program helped support that Alt-4 program when it existed for BA licensure. Most BAs did not come in day one, unless they were a prior licensed BA, didn't come in with all the skills and the experience and the credentials to be certified or licensed on day one. They had to take some professional development. When I got hired, I had come out of the education institution. I was a business teacher for 7 years. I had 2 master's degrees, and I had to take 4 professional development areas. Student transportation I'd never done in industry. Food service I'd never done, negotiations, and there was one other, I don't remember now. But I accomplished all those within the first year and obtained my New Hampshire license. And then I've kept it current ever since. So I'm, again, strongly in support of the licensure requirement, as long as it's beefed up a little bit. And I think that's all I have to say. Any questions for me? Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions, Representative Hall?
Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What would you see as a reasonable time frame for an Alt-4 program? Is it 1 year, 3 years? What's reasonable to learn everything you need to learn?
Yeah, the first step is the statement of eligibility. Thank you for the question, by the way. There's a statement of eligibility to say, do they have at least the basic credentials? We have that for our BA certificate program, and it's much like what the state had in place before for the licensure requirement. It requires a bachelor's degree, preferably business degree, but not mandatory, but a bachelor's degree, but then a couple of accounting courses to understand the basics and the functions of accounting. And then from there, someone would look at their credentials at the state level and say, all right, you have experience in these areas, so you're okay there, but in the other areas you don't have experience, you need additional professional development, like the courses that we offer through New Hampshire as an example. There are other places to get PD also. So it depends on how much of a deficit there is between the ideal candidate and the candidate that you end up settling for. And that's, again, it has been a local decision. So 1 to 3 years. To answer your question. Long answer, sorry.
Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that I was comparing apples to apples in my head when I heard you make a statement about a deficit notice. Is that what you said to the tax?
Deficit appropriation warrant article.
Okay, is that similar to a tax anticipatory note?
So the town can issue TANs, the school district cannot.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
and by the way, that was one of my recommendations for another district that got into trouble and learned too late in the year to do anything about it. And I said, your only option at this point was go to the town and ask them to issue a TAN so you have enough funds to pay your bills through the end of June. And again, these problems should not be discovered at the end of the school year. They should be known well before.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Steve Appleby?
Thank you. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Director, Department of Education. Happy to answer any
He's
questions.
here for technical assistance if anyone has any questions. And I probably should have asked that before I made you come up.
It's okay. We can talk about investigations. Did you see me sweat? When you...
Okay, I think, okay, yeah, that's fine. Representative Murray.
I just wanted to make sure that when I was hearing you correctly, with there being nothing here in education currently for this, would it or could it fall somewhere else like OPLC for this role?
Thank you for the question. I guess, are you asking, does something exist at OPLC currently? No.
Okay, thank
you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will close the hearing on 1403. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1823 FN, requiring every school, school district, and school administrative unit to produce independent audits and financial reports to be posted publicly and sent to the Department of Education and the Department of Revenue Administration. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Damon.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and committee. And I know I'm the last bill between you and adjournment. And I think this is a very necessary and significant bill, so I appreciate your attention. I remain State Representative Hope Damon, serving Sullivan District 8, including my hometown of Croydon, the city of Claremont, as well as Ackworth, Langdon, Leominster, Goshen, Washington, Springfield, and Sunapee. Y'all should come visit. So first, I'm going to outline what HB 1823 intends to do, offer some background on the need for it, and partially contrast it with House Bill 121 that was voted on the House last week. I want to be clear at the beginning of my remarks that the intent of this legislation is to reduce the risk of a school funding crisis from occurring. There is no intent to be punitive or judgmental to school districts, simply to look at preventing a crisis from happening. So what HB 1823 does is require all SAUs, school districts, and schools receiving state funding to have annual audits by an independent auditor. The current statute requires school districts to have audits submitted to DRA. This bill does not change that. It adds to that requirement that audits would need to be submitted to the Department of Education as well as to DRA. Submission would be due within 180 days of the close of the fiscal year, which for most districts is June 30th, so they would be due December 30th. The audits will be required to follow the provisions that currently exist in RSA 21-J:19, and they would be required to be reviewed by the governing body of that SAU school district or school at the very next meeting following completion of the audit. If the audit report shows material deficiencies, the Department of Education would designate a person at DOE to receive quarterly finance reports from the school entity and consult with the school entity to address the financial and operational concerns that led to those material deficiencies. DOE and the State Board of Education would consult with the school entity to develop and implement remedial plans. This reporting and consulting would continue until the material deficiencies are resolved. Currently, New Hampshire charter schools follow a similar process, and in fact, I had the opportunity this past year to be involved in support of a charter school in Claremont that was on probation with the State Board of Ed and was going through that financial reporting to DOE, and I would call it a mentoring process, and I'm happy to say that they made great progress. They have a much stronger board and good financial management practices. They're no longer on probation, and the process worked the way it's supposed to work instead of losing a valued school to financial distress. We should be doing the same thing for our public schools that we do for our charter schools. I do want to note this definition of material deficiency, which comes from the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. For those of us who are not accountant experts, I think it's important to know terminology. And so I quote, "A material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting, such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the company's annual or interim financial statements will not be prevented or detected on a timely basis." They're considered the most serious deficiencies in audits. So going on, the audit report will be posted to the SAU school district and school websites. That is not a current requirement for audits. It will be sent also to the superintendent, the business administrator, the district treasurer, the chief operating officer, if there is one, all school board members, and all State Board of Education members. This is considerably more required distribution than has been happening in some, probably most districts. The intent being that there are many eyes on the audit and the financial status of the school entity so that we can recognize any concerns in an efficient and timely manner to address them. The bill requires the business administrator to provide data to the auditor in a timely manner. Obviously, they can't do the audits if they don't have the data to work with. And it does specify that the DOE may withhold funding if the school entity is not compliant with these requirements. So the background as to why this bill at this time, I don't want to be repetitive to what you've heard all afternoon and probably were already aware of. So just very concisely, this comes out of the Claremont School District facing an unprecedented financial crisis this year. The root causes are still being investigated, but it is clear that a lack of timely audits, inadequate financial management, and lack of oversight at both the local and state levels all contributed to that extreme situation, which led to uncertainty of sufficient funding to open the public schools 2 weeks before the opening day of school. Claremont didn't know if they would have operating public schools. The schools did open on time. They have stayed open. There is a great deal of work ongoing to assure that that continues to be the case. The errors that are known thus far that led to that situation include ongoing failure to submit necessary COVID-19 relief funding applications, which led to expected federal grant funds being withheld. Fund balance funds, oops, I'm missing a page, one moment. Sorry. The fund balances were miscalculated, leading to the tax rate being set lower than it needed to be in consecutive years. So despite the incredibly high tax rate in Claremont, it actually wasn't set high enough for what the situation actually was. There was severe general ledger mismanagement for several years, leading to an inaccurate picture of cash balances. And overall, the school board was not receiving timely information on the entire situation. All of these situations would have been recognized if audits were timely and DOE provided thoughtful, thorough oversight. While audits technically only confirm or refute the accuracy of management's representations, that alone is valuable. And additionally, human nature being what it is, awareness that audits will be completed, reviewed, and publicly communicated influences people's attention and doing the work carefully and timely. So as we've noted, the Claremont schools did reopen, albeit with very, very different staffing, no funding for extracurriculars, and a variety of other difficult changes, consolidating 3 elementary schools to 2, many differences. And I do want to just publicly say, I could not respect more the Claremont business and individuals throughout the community stepping up to make sure that extracurriculars do happen. And the kids have spoken in so many venues with their gratitude for that happening. But we should not be contingent on local business fundraising to rescue a district that didn't have adequate financial management. Claremont is by no means the only district with significant financial distress. We know that Pittsfield and Farmington in particular have had notable difficulties this year. There are a number of others that have very little leeway for anything unexpected and are concerned about their management. So this bill endeavors to help any SAU school district or school receiving state funding to recognize and address fiscal concerns in a timely manner so as to prevent the community upheaval, uncertainty, and adverse impacts on education that Claremont has experienced. Last week, the House voted in favor of House Bill 121, which is also legislation related to school district audits. It was a non-germane amendment to a bill from last year. There are important differences between these two efforts to address the same issue. HB 121 places school districts on probation after, I'm quoting the bill, reasonable notice, unquote. There is no definition of reasonable notice in the bill language, so we don't know what specifics would require a district to be placed on probation. The circumstances that are listed go far beyond fiscal matters. As the language in House Bill 121 was provided as a non-germane amendment outside of the usual legislative processes, it did not have a thorough vetting and public hearing to fully consider those circumstances and look at the bill in its entirety. I respectfully urge this committee to support 1823, the bill we're addressing now, as a replacement for House Bill 121. And I thank you again for your time. Happy to try to answer questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Damon. Representative Damon, I noticed there's a fiscal note. And I don't know if I missed it, but I have not received any update on any fiscal impact. Have you?
Thank you for the question. And no, there is going to be a fiscal note, but as the last page says, LBA contacted the Department of Education twice, the most recent one on December 5th, and have not received any information yet.
Thus far. Okay, thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I was going to also ask about the fiscal side of things, because when I heard that's a lot of audits, and audits are not necessarily cheap. We don't have the fiscal note before us, but I do have access to a sort of cheat code AI here that can do some quick back of the napkin math. And running the numbers for the state of New Hampshire, it is telling me an estimate of $34 million annually. Does that sound like a ballpark that you would
No.
expect on this? No.
Thank you for the question. I would much prefer us operate from the facts when they come out from the Legislative Budget Office than a less New Hampshire specific approximation. Clearly, we all do need to know what the fiscal note would be.
Follow up.
If I may, and just to clarify, this was New Hampshire specific math, concluding how many of the schools we have, how many SAUs we have, how many districts we have, with the average cost pulled for doing audits of those kind for those entities. And it provided a rough estimate of 34 million with a range of 20 to 55 million per year.
Thank you for the further explanation. The bill does not require the state to pay for the school audits. Currently, districts are required to do an audit and submit it to DRA, and those audits are performed at the cost of the district. So I would expect the fiscal note for this bill to reflect the costs of Department of Education staffing for the hopefully very finite number of districts that need financial support and review, which would not, in my mind, come anywhere near to $34 million. Unless we start paying our state employees much more generously than we currently do.
Any other questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking my question. It says that the audit should be submitted within 180 days of the fiscal year. And I've heard from a large district in New Hampshire that that's not enough time for them to do it. And they would prefer 270 days, 9 months instead of 6.
Thank you for the question. There has in fact been a considerable amount of consideration of timeframes from 90 days to 180 to a full year. I think it's possible that it would be valuable to have a waiver option in the bill for districts that, despite supplying the audit data to the auditing firm in timely manner, which is all the district has control over, if the auditing firm indicates that they cannot meet that 180-day deadline, then we would respectfully accept that up to a year. The reason that 180 was left in the bill is that that would provide the audit information to most districts while they're still working on their budget proposals for the next following academic year, which would be very helpful to know. And so for the districts who are able to make that happen, it would be valuable. I have done some, I would call it preliminary research at the capacity for school district audits. There are firms in Massachusetts, and I believe at least one in Vermont, that have some capacity to provide services to New Hampshire school districts, but they're not currently doing that. So the limited capacity in New Hampshire perhaps can be augmented by our neighbors.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mark Manganello? Okay. 3 minutes. No.
Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education. I'm just to echo a little bit what Representative Damon said about and Representative Cornell discussed is about the 180-day standard. We've been talking with auditors. The biggest auditor in the state is Plotzik and Sanderson, or they have the most business. Generally, the cost of an audit, it ranges on the size, but around an audit costs around $30,000-ish, depending on the size of the district. All districts currently are required to do an audit They have 12 months to do it, 1 year to do it, and they submit it to the Department of Revenue Administration. All the Department of Revenue Administration is here. Essentially, all they do is collect it and track it. They do not do any analytical review to look at material deficiencies or anything like that, but they can speak to their tracking methodologies and what they do with the audit. As discussed, the Department of Education does not collect audits. As far as the fiscal note is concerned, we're working on this. We've been thinking about this for a while now. There's been conversations about what should be the role of the Department of Education in audits. Currently, we have no role. We do not collect audits. We do not review audits for districts. We do that for charter schools. So there's 35 charter schools, 179 districts. We are not reviewing audits for districts. The DRA is. The Department of Education has no role. So this would be changing our role, and the fiscal note, what we'd ask House Finance to look into is potentially, we think, 2 positions, possibly. To do that work, we might need an amendment to our contract to develop a workflow to start tracking this. We have to discuss more internally as a department about what the ask would be exactly. I'm just giving you a ballpark estimate, but it would essentially be positions and potentially a contract amendment. That would be the cost. Districts would be required to pay for this audit. The state would not be. There's no expectation in this bill that the state would be paying for it. Probably what we do is we're also work with DRA because piggyback off DRA's system of collecting audits, but we have not fully, we've been talking with DRA, but we've not fully thought out about how this process would go. I provided a table using DRA's information, and just to remember the audit process, a lot of you were at the training yesterday. Pretty early on, the auditors give kind of a first look at your financials. So you have a draft audit, you have a draft financials that the auditors have given kind of a first look at. So very early on in the audit process, you have a pretty good idea that nothing terrible is going to happen during the audit because that work's being done continuously. But actually producing the audit report, writing the report, getting it approved, getting all the signatures, crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's, that does take some time. That takes a lot of signatures, a lot of review, a lot of additional administrative work to actually have a complete audit that a school board can sign off on. So that delays the process. But as far as building your budget, if you have good business practices, you're engaging with the auditors early, you should probably have a good idea that the information you've already provided your citizens is relatively accurate. But actually getting the audit done and signed, Plotzik and Sanderson reached out and said, because I asked them, about 7% of districts of their customers could do it in with 180 days, 7% or so. So that's consistent with the data we have statewide with DRA. About 80% or so. So again, pretty consistent with DRA, not exactly consistent. About 80%, about 70 in the mid 70s here. Also consistent with DRA's number, could get it done in 1 year. So if you're coming up with a metric of 180, 270, whatever it may be, 180 is probably not going to be the standard that districts are going to meet as far as getting it done, getting it signed off, getting it official, getting it submitted to the state. So reevaluating that standard, I think, is worthwhile. A couple aspects of the bill to look at. I think the committee would want to talk to an auditor, an actual auditor. I'm not a CPA, I'm not an auditor. I don't review audits, but to determine the actual jargon that is used. So a material weakness would determine that there's a problem in the internal controls. So what this legislation does is says if there's a material weakness, then do more reporting. But essentially the material weakness says the reporting is bad, so you'd be asking for more reporting on bad reporting. So I don't know if that's, again, workshop that and talk with an auditor about what would be. Now with Claremont specifically, the reporting is bad, they're not audited, and they're in financial trouble. So when you're in financial trouble, you do want more reporting. So if you're going to build state requirements, if a district is in deficit, I think the department is doing an oversight role, we would want more reporting. So when they're in financial trouble, we want more reporting. If they have material weaknesses, you would want a corrective action plan. So from a policy perspective, I think reach out to auditor. We're happy to work with you on cleaning up that language to match maybe what's going to achieve the public policy objective you would like to achieve. The other thing with the legislation, talked about it yesterday, it says audit schools, schools not defined. I think it means charter public schools. I don't think it means non-public schools. That just want to clarify that. So clarify that in the legislation. And that's a few things I wanted to point out. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being able to take my question. I hope this will help clarify a little bit about costs here. Do you know right now, is every school in the state required to conduct an audit already? And is that required by law?
So DRA can speak to it in more detail because it's not NHED's responsibility to track compliance. Not everyone is required to have a CPA firm. So they can actually, DRA can speak to this in more detail. They can elect an auditor, which I can't speak to the cost of that, but it's an elected official, whether they pay them, it's a process that exists, but they won't be paying an audit firm. So that could change. That could be a variable I can't determine. Another thing to think about is pushing the requirements and being more aggressive with audits might create demand. It could increase the supply of auditors. That would be beneficial, but it might create demand and might cause more overtime charging for audits. So it could have an impact on the market, which would have an impact on tax district expenditures, but I can't really speak to that in any precise way.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Dwayne Ford.
Hello again. I want to start with, I didn't know how to fill out the card because I wanted to put support and oppose, I guess. The only thing that in the bill that I wanted to speak about was the 180 days. In my entire career, we've had an audit every year, CPA audit every year, and I have never, ever gotten one within 180 days. One of the big reasons for that is any district that is required to have a single audit, which in the past was any federal funding over $500,000. They've changed the threshold. The federal government changed the threshold to $750,000. Those requirements for this year's audit were released on November 26th. So the audit firms in New Hampshire, once those are released, then have to get those, see what's changed. That single audit for us isn't even going to start until probably February. We're not alone. Many districts are required to have that. So even if I had everything done for my general fund, for my construction fund, for whatever other funding was local or came from the state, which is all done for me, they're not even going to start something that is going to complete my audit until we haven't even started it, and it's January 14th. For me, everything in this bill is something that I would hope is required by every district in the state. Every district in the state should have a CPA audit done every year. It's, for me, it's a validation of the work that we did over the last 12 months. I liken it to, a student in class. It's basically like a teacher checking your work. It's basically saying what you have in place for the procedures that you have to do every transaction that the district does, the thousands of transactions we do every month. Those controls are good, proper work, and prevent, bad things from happening, especially fraud. So for me, everything in the bill is something I agree with. It's just the day requirement would be untenable for districts to have it done and posted within 180 days. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if 180 days doesn't work, what does work?
So for me, and it's about what audit firm you use, their schedule. So for example, you've talked about Claremont Aloud today. The audit firm for Claremont is the same audit firm that we use, and it's the same audit firm that Mark referenced. Their workflow and the amount of time that they can spend on the regular things that they do has basically been changed because of this one thing that's going on. So there have been years where the audit that I always have my audit team come on site the third week in August. You know, it's in my calendar now for next year. That's when I schedule it. We do all of that work. We do the field work. They're done. They're gone. But I'll have audit reports that will come towards the end of the 12 months from when the fiscal year ended. So for me, that's what the requirement would be. If you had it at 270 days and there was a waiver provision, I think that would be certainly better than 180. But kind of, for me, at least in my experience, can be almost a full year for everything to be finalized, signed off on, and to have that final report, which is what we would post, you know, on our website and follow this bill. It seems like an inordinately long amount of time, but there's a lot of components to this process. You know, I mentioned single audit, but there's a lot of other things that take place that you either have to provide or the audit team has to do, and they're doing this for a lot of different clients. You know, all of the firms are. So,
thank you. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, do we not already have a waiver provision that's allowed? I know some districts just based on time, and sometimes computer systems go down, and sometimes business managers can't get all of the information they need to amass to get an audit done. Doesn't the DRA already allow a waiver for audit paperwork if it's not done by that deadline?
I don't know that because I've never filled out a waiver for that.
Well, there you go.
So,
and you were good.
But I know that there is there's an allowance where, and I think it was mentioned, you don't have to have your audit done by a licensed CPA firm. You can have an independent, locally elected auditor do it. But I'm not aware of the waiver provision. I know there's not a provision that allows you to just not do it.
Right. No.
You have to still do it.
Right.
Yeah.
And forgive me if I wasn't specific. It isn't to exempt you from doing the audit. It allots you more time if in the event that the business administrator is suddenly ill, or, you know, you can't seem to get all of the paperwork together that you need in order to file the audit correctly. I wish is somebody here from the DRA?
Yes. We can put him on the spot later. Thank you. Chuck Bates.
Hello again. Still Chuck Bates, still part-time executive director of New Hampshire ASBO. I'm going to echo a lot of what Dwayne said, but I'll condense a little. 180 days is tight. I think I indicated that I was opposed to the bill, but I'm really opposed to the timing. I meet with my membership on a regular basis. We have our monthly membership meetings, monthly regional Zoom meetings, and this has been a hot topic for them in the last couple of meetings here about how do we meet this deadline. Not only do we have a bottleneck constraint of the limited resources in the state for doing audits, CPA firms that can conduct audits. One of them is actually dropping out of the New Hampshire school business in the in this current fiscal year, I believe. So we're going to be even shorter than we are today. So 180 days is really the issue for us. It seems sometimes that some of our legislation that's put forward is more of a punishment of the many for the behavior of the few. So I'm really more in support of let's punish those that are not complying as opposed to punishing everybody else that's been doing their job well. I don't mean that as a criticism, but just, you know, think about the perception from my members that work very hard. And they're saying, you know, I work really hard to get the audit done. It's not 180 days, it might be 210 days or whatever. So that's the biggest issue I have is the timing. If we can enforce the requirement for people to submit these audits to the DRA portal, which, by the way, DRA representative usually attends our monthly membership meetings, and they usually issue reminders to folks to say, hey, you got to get those audits uploaded to the portal. But I don't know if they have a hammer or not that helps, you know, enforce it. I know when I got hired by SAU 13, they were 3 years behind their audits. It took me a year to get caught up. And by the way, every one of my audits were turned in on time after that. And I had mine done in time for the deliberative session from one of my SB2 towns. what else I want to say here? Oh, if anybody's going out for a bond, by the way, they have to demonstrate that they are financially sound, and they have to provide audits, current audits, so you can be able to get a bond. So I don't know how any town could be several years behind if they're looking to issue a bond. They wouldn't be approved, I wouldn't think. And the school boards, by the way, are ultimately responsible here. And we're trying to lay a lot of the, compliance enforcement on DRA, but school boards are ultimately responsible for making sure that the audits are conducted in a timely fashion. That is in their purview. And I think that's all I have, unless anybody has questions for me.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barrett Christina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Nice to see everybody again to another session. I won't beat the dead horse. 2 quick points to concern about the audit language. I did draft something up real quick, though. The school board shall, upon receipt of the audit report, forthwith submit said report to the DRA and the Department of Education. Doesn't put a timeline on there. It doesn't put the district dependent on what the auditor may or may not do. It doesn't call for a waiver or an exception in the statute. Just saying that upon receipt of the audit, the district is going to send it to the DRA and the Department of Education. I think that's quick, simple, and easy. And the last part that I have concerns about, and just to be clear, we're not taking a position on the bill. We think everything in the bill is certainly a best practice. We certainly hope that most, if not all, school districts are doing the things that are in the bill, to begin with. But the last provision starts on line 25, notwithstanding any provision contrary to law. Department of Education is empowered to withhold funding to any school district that doesn't comply with the exception. I've made the statement before on some other bills that have had similar language, whether or not it was a DEI bill or some sort of other compliance bill, that NHSBA is going to take the position that the withholding of state funds is in violation of Part 2, Article 83, the Claremont decision. Nothing in there that says the state is able to withhold funds if you don't comply with this or don't comply with that. We think Claremont mandates that the state pay the adequacy aid regardless of what deficiencies or inappropriate activities may be going on. So those are just the 2 points that I wanted to make. I don't want to belabor the bill. Everything that needs to be said, I think, has been said about it. So.
Okay.
If there are any questions, though.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Would the DRA like to come up and answer any questions?
We'll be kind. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Bruce Knur. I'm the supervisor of the Municipal Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. I'd like to answer that specific question. That was there a waiver provision? Yes. RSA 21J:20 dash later, small a. Yes, there is a waiver provision.
I have it all. I wrote it all.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think subsequently there was the mention of, is there a hammer? Well, in the world of, carrots and sticks, a stick or a hammer of sorts was added in this 2022 session. It's a monetary fine. The decision of DRA with the advent of that law and the existing timeline, that 12 months, was to begin examining non-compliance. It would have been with the end of the June 30, 2023 fiscal year for school districts in that case. So that what had happened prior to the passage of the law wasn't going to be suddenly sprung upon everybody that you were late. So that is an ongoing compliance effort. I didn't come prepared with any particular stats, but I will say that it had been the experience of DRA, as far as my research indicated, it was the last thing that anybody wanted to do, was to force an entity to conduct their audit. So there's great efforts made and continue to be made to communicate with districts, to find out where they are, Have they engaged an auditor in understanding many of the comments that were made previously about all the variables that go into the successful presentation of a CPA audit?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether or not you think that roughly $30,000 per audit is in the right ballpark of an estimate. Is that something that?
I do not survey any of that. I think Mark's earlier comments though strike me a long time ago as a town administrator. I do remember the cost of an audit, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
You're quite welcome.
Are there any other pink cards on 1823? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. So we won't be back here until Wednesday, the 21st. So that will be a hearing day with a very full exec day on the 22nd. And we survived our first week of my crazy scheduling. So thank you for being patient with me, everybody.
Yes.